ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
The Red Robots will take on the Geeks in our opening match of Week 3, Day 2, back here in MPL ID Season 11. My goodness, it has been week 3, day 1, but now let's focus on day 2. Gani, Mirko, and Arashi will accompany you for the first 2 matches. And my goodness, let's thank our sponsors immediately. Sponsors, MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented to you by official tournament phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in Esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blibli, official broadcast by Matchstream, broadcast partner by TVRI Sport, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, supported by PBE-SI. And again, thank you so much. Without you guys, MPL ID Season 11 would not be here. So let's now focus back on this first match. Bigetron, how are you feeling, Mirko?
Well, you know, after the loss yesterday, after suffering a reverse sweep, Bigetron Alpha definitely aren't in the best of places, but they will have a little bit of, you know, hope because it wasn't their main lineup that they put on display yesterday. It was still Virno Cure with a very still young Super Ken in the mix, in the fray. So maybe today we might see some differences there. Maybe getting in some veterans like Sorizo, even Max, will prove really well for them.
Well, that's the case right here, because for GEEK, there's going to be a lot of issues here because the 4 times they've met in the Land of Dawn, it's always been Bigetron Alpha that comes out on top. So they are literally gatekeeping GEEK SLATE from actually having success, especially now with the revamped roster coming in from both these teams. You have to know that for GEEK SLATE, at least, this is their real test, right? If they think they've been improving, they have to prove it right here by finally getting a victory against Bigetron Alpha after a very consistent streak of losses to this team.
Yeah, I mean, a very weak trend here for us out of GEEK SLATE, right? Losing in all 4 last matches. So now, it's going to be very interesting here. Why? Because take a look. There's going to be a potentially twin lineup head-to-head. Max and Matt can play against each other for the first time in their history as well.
Well, usually when you talk about twins, it's always in the same team, having that extra bit of synergy. But now, Max and Matt are separated. They were both debuting in MDL Season 2 with Bigetron Beta, and not even a season later, they were both in the MPL. But now they're on different teams, and keep in mind, back then, in Season 7, Matt was the one who was actually with Bigetron Alpha when they were actually the runner-ups in MPL ID. So now, a bit of a turntable situation. Matt is on a different team, and he's going to try and perhaps go up against Max if, of course, both of them do get fielded in today's match.
Well, it's time to prove who shines brighter as well. It's going to be Matt with the double T and Max with the triple X here, battling out head-to-head. Well, not head-to-head. Technically, Max is in that jungler position. Matt is going to be in the XP. But any more insight here? What about regarding the head-to-head especially?
I think looking at it, we have to see if Matt or Luke plays. And if it's Max, Super Ken that plays, right? It's about who steps into the lineup. I think for Bigetron Alpha, fortunately, Max is their best jungler for now. For GEEK SLATE, though, I don't think Matt's their best XP laner.
And if you look at the stats right here, it's a bit of a foreign situation where Bigetron is actually at a disadvantage when it comes to the bulk of these stats right here, only ahead in the KDA ratio and the average kills. It does mean, however, that Bigetron Alpha is a lot cleaner in their execution. Although, with that being said, if you remember yesterday's match, it's not exactly the case when we saw their performance. So maybe they can clean it up, especially against a team like GEEK SLATE. They are known to just take advantage of that kind of chaos, that kind of momentum change. So, Bigetron Alpha needs to be a lot more careful.
I do agree, right? With Bigetron Alpha, they need to be careful if Luke plays, I feel like. Also, I teased, I met Matt earlier. I teased him. Are you playing? He states that if I'm playing, we're gonna lose. If Luke plays, we're gonna win. So that's just, that's a very wholesome, well, he was teasing as well. But take a look at the chart of team player here. Arashi, what can you say?
Everything is ahead for a boy right here. A man, we like to call him. He's been performing really, really well in the MPL so far, being the missing link that GEEK SLATE really required to try and tie in everyone in the team. Moreno does have a higher KDA, but of course we all know that a boy is no stranger to the utility side, utility kind of heroes he is able to use to try and take off some of that playmaking responsibility from Beloy. So it just makes the team that much more dynamic compared to Moreno, who is, for the most part, usually just a damage dealer. soon we're going to take a look at some of the highlights of both these players to try and see what signature moments just get embedded in our minds right here when we think about Moreno and Aboy, because in a way, there's a bit of a contrasting style right here, but when push comes to shove, both these players can go very aggressively and still go for that mid control. And in the current meta, we know that that's important. And let's take a look at Moreno right here on this Valentina. He just knows where to be at the right moment, and his knowledge on what to try and steal away, right, with a hero like the Valentina, this shows again his flexibility, and he can play it several different kinds of ways, right? Aggressively, defensively, and sometimes just simply following up on his teammates' playmaking. That is what allows him to try and be that stable mid lane that his team always can rely on in the toughest of situations.
Again, Moreno here in this highlight in particular, you just know who to target. He was targeting the hiding potential. I feel like Moreno in Bigetron is the perfect individual in that mid lane position.
I think he takes his time, right, with the engages, with what he wants to do in these team fights, because he acts more as a damage dealer, as that secondary carry, more than a facilitator, as like a boy likes to be in. Moreno, again, flickering outside and understanding when to utilize the space here to deal damage, and he utilizes the Valentina really well in the front to back. Not only is he dishing damage, acting as a secondary carry, but he's also using the CC to cover for his main carry, which is Marky.
That adjustment just allows him to be so much more flexible, because now you have no idea. Is he going to try and use all his damage now, or is he saving it for later on? He has 2 times pick for the Valentina. It's a 100% win rate in MPL ID Season 11. So this is definitely a pick that GEEK SLATE will want to take note of to try and ensure that they can keep him down and deny the possibility for Moreno to try and do all the damage. But on the other side of the equation, it's going to be a boy on his signature hero. It's going to be that Faramis we've been talking a lot about, man. He just knows where to be, and he does a lot of damage, but at the same time, you see his positioning is just so good, and the timing of his cult altars is always so good. It kind of baits in their opponents, thinking that, okay, this is a time where we have a lot of advantage, we can go for a fight right here, but no. That's just the time where he just pops the cult altar and denies any kind of counterplay, and on top of that, he does not mind going forward with the Phantom Dash as well. So that mix of safe positioning as well as aggressive maneuvers when it's required by his team for maximum success. This is what makes him so versatile as a player. And for Bigetron, they need to find a way to shut him down, because he is so solid in the mid lane. He hasn't been that flashy by all means, but when he is this consistent with a 66% more or less win rate in MPL ID Season 11, this is someone that they have to try and find a solution for.
I mean, we just talked about this guy yesterday. He was going up against Udil in that particular match against Alter Ego. He performed spectacularly as well. So I expect him to bring the same impact that he brought yesterday against Moreno. I feel like Udil has more experience. So against Moreno, again, that mid lane head-to-head, my money's still on a boy.
I think looking at the way that they have performed throughout Season 11, it's clear to say it's a factual statement that Aboy is currently better than Moreno. Moreno hasn't really been performing to his standard. We saw the potential of this man back in Season 10. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him tap into that potential yet in Season 11. Even yesterday, suffering a pretty gruesome loss after smack-talking Sway Low and getting humbled real quick.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a lot of success for him in this current season, but that can very easily change. So we have to see, with the architect behind them, what can he do with Moreno here? Maybe a new pick, maybe a new strategy, a new different playstyle for Bigetron. Now let's look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Limit a boy's movement and impact, and of course follow up on keys initiation. If they are all on the same page, you see there's a completely different Bigetron compared to if they're confused when they are divided up, trying to do their own different things in the middle of a complex team fight. So if they can try and move on the same page, and then using that synergy to limit the impact of a boy, maybe all the way from the early game, using the rotations and the ganks, that can be what exactly Bigetron Alpha needs to try and get the edge over GEEK SLATE right here.
Earlier it was Sorizo in the team lineup. Perhaps, again, we're not going to be seeing Fear No Cure, but Keys to victory from GEEK SLATE. Arashi, tell us what's up.
Look for pickoffs to win objectives. That is how they've been able to get so much leads in the early game. And then afterwards, zoning out Bigetron's damage dealers in team fights. Because like we mentioned, when Bigetron aren't fighting as a team, as a single unit, they just lose a lot more effectivity. But if they can actually fight together, that back line becomes that much more dangerous. So GEEK SLATE is known to be able to be more dynamic in how they pull back and forth in the middle of a fight, and maybe that kind of maneuver will be able to split apart the whole team composition coming in from Bigetron Alpha.
Great analysis, but I think I'm gonna sniff out that we are gonna see a twin matchup here. But again, if you want to watch it live, all MPL ID Season 11 live, check out Blee. Watch MPL ID Season 11 and get your tickets on bleeblee.com or on the app, right? If you want to be more practical, just scan the QR code below Arashi, and perhaps you can meet Arashi in the flesh.
Ooh, that'll definitely be a treat for everyone back at home. So go ahead, scan the QR code, get the promo code as well, because with MPL Day, you guys can get a promo with a purchase for 2 tickets in MPL Indonesia. Preferably for you guys, bring your date, but also you can bring your friends.
To meet Arashi.
Well, it's a max of 4, I believe, so take full advantage of that. And while you're in the situation, while you're in the area, right?
Let's go.
What can they go for, Gunny? What's that extra bit of spice available for them at the venue?
Just like in the Land of Dawn, you need to focus on gold. In real life, you should implement that as well. UBS Gold Value will bring out their collab with MPL Season 11 very, very soon. If you have perhaps want to invest in gold, check out ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce to keep yourself updated on the gold world of Psy. But now, this is its official starting lineup. Who do you think it will be? Nope, it's going to be Cerezo Moreno. Cerezo, Saken, Max is going to end Key. So it's not Saken and Ken, it's Saken and Max.
An interesting lineup. I think this might just be their best lineup. We'll see how Saken performs with this lineup as opposed to Marky. But for GEEK SLATE, this is what we expected. Just their main 5. A boy, Luke, Chidera, Jana QT, and Baloy Ski.
Right, Max isn't in the picture, so there won't be the twin showdown we talked about a bit earlier on. But of course, both the teams have a lot of proof right here, so welcome them to the stage right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, walking up to the stage, it's GEEK SLATE.
GEEK SLATE again will be strengthened by Luke in that EXP. No Matt. I feel like this is still their main 5. Jana yesterday performed brilliantly on the jungler, so hopefully they can continue that pattern.
This is also a more aggressive GEEK SLATE because keep in mind, Luke is a lot more enabling for his team. But of course, they're up against no pushovers at all. The red robots coming into the stage right here.
Cerezo leading the pack, the man who has literally brought this team their only 2 victories. Welcome, Bigetron Alpha.
Wow, Bigetron Alpha after they won most matches, but they are still struggling in their area here in continuing their winning pattern. Now against GEEK SLATE, can they show and perform? Take a look at Aldo and Paulo Export.
The coaches have had a lot cut out for them right here because both these teams have shown very unique playstyle strategies available to them. And we talked a lot about Aldo, but GEEK SLATE right now has shown that they have also enabled a lot of multi-dimensional strategies. So Aldo needs to be very careful right here. He is the one that's notorious at this point, but GEEK SLATE is slowly but surely catching up to that reputation.
Like you said, Rashi, well put. Coach Aldo and Paulo, their drafts have been amazing, but GEEK SLATE as well. My goodness, their draft. With Coach Reno, an Indonesian coach, just like Coach Aldo, is he supported by a shadow Filipino coach? That's my question. You'll never know.
Who is it, right? The question. Talking about the players, we talked a little about the coach. Let's talk about the phone, right? Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's new. It's ready. It's epic. So take a look and check it out. Equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte, and as well as the screen is Dynamic AMOLED 2X.
We asked Taz yesterday, how was he able to perform on the Ling so well?
Simple.
How are your hands so fast? It wasn't me. It was Samsung. Taz, on his road to be the brand ambassador for Samsung. Someday, right?
Amen.
It's possible. I mean, he had a very impressive showing, and that's also a bit of question right here because both junglers from both these teams are well known to play a very exciting heroes like assassins. But speaking of exciting, Goni.
Yeah, I mean, you got the phone, right, Thompson? You need the quota.
Do I?
Dunia Games.
Oh.
Got it for you, right? You got it. You can get quota up to 3 gigabytes every purchase items and vouchers, Mobile Legends vouchers, using Telkomsel where in Dunia Games. Against scan the QR code not below Arashi now, below Luke.
You can scan the QR code.
Wow.
Just like Bigetron Alpha right now, they are opting to go with Saken instead of Marky. Now, Rashi, what do you think about this? Do you think Marky is the better player or do you think Saken is?
Well, so far it's a bit difficult to say because we haven't seen too much from Saken. We did see, though, he is a lot more intelligent in the itemization department because sometimes a big critique from Marky is that he keeps going for all damage and sometimes he doesn't really respect the damage potential coming in from his opponents and he gets taken out. Yesterday, we saw that on a carry, I believe, he was rushing the Wind of Nature first, which actually allows him to outplay a bit more. So I think in the current meta where everything is so situational, having more flexibility in the itemization is definitely a strength, but of course, we have a very small sample size for Saken. He needs to show that brilliance, that intelligence a few more times before we can actually say definitively that he is a better player than Marky.
Yeah, I do believe so. I mean, we need more samples here from Saken. Let's take a look at the duo here, the duo PH players here, John and as well as Veloy. Very, very strong this season. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our drafts of Game 1 between GEEK SLATE and Bigetron Alpha. GEEK SLATE will have that blue side. Take a look at the bans already. Franco and as well as Valentina.
Remember the pattern so far in Week 3. We're starting from Week 3. Red side has been winning a whole lot more than blue side, which is interesting because Week 1 to 2, it was blue side having a massive advantage in terms of win rate.
Just seems like teams are just adjusting more to the potential picks available. But for GEEK SLATE, you can see that there's a lot of respect coming in towards Key or perhaps towards Moreno there because the Kadita is still a flex pick. But now, with Bigetron being forced to ban away the Wan and the Joy.
A lot of pryos banned out from side of Bigetron, right? Wan, Joy here. They really want to go another pryo. Perhaps it's going to be Fredrin. But no. It's going to be Kaja. Yeah, also another prio hero. Now, GEEK SLATE, what will they go for here? They can definitely go to Farsa, but no, GEEK will be that answer with a very particularly high win rate here, 61%.
It is a boy on that Yves, and we saw yesterday in particular, he's able to steal away a lot of neutral objectives on that Yves, somehow, some way. So, we'll see if we can replicate the same kind of success. But for Bigetron right now, knowing that there's a vulnerable backline mage that can go for the signature dive situation, the Claude has been a very powerful pick. They can try and pick it up early if they feel like GEEK will try and contest that pick later on.
Knowing that they have Sorizo, a very good weak side player as well, they can also just pick up the Lapu right here. We've seen teams opt to go for the Lapu first after seeing a backline mage like a Yves, like a Farsa. Now, if they combine the Farsa and the Lapu, it might just be good for them because they can actually rotate over towards the second phase by banning out the Yu Zhong, taking away a whole lot of die, but they go for a different route. They go for the glue. The Fair Mist is still up for grabs, but because GEEK SLATE have picked up the Yves, there's no real reason to not go for the glue right now. They're basically trying to force GEEK SLATE onto the Fair Mist to kind of destroy the composition that they're building already. Here, we have a comment though from Taz. Why is GEEK SLATE getting stronger? Maybe now they are more united than before. Ooh.
Yeah, I do agree in that sense, right? GEEK SLATE, synergy, coordination, top level, right? Lapu will be the pick here from the side of GEEK SLATE, saying, yeah, let's secure a hero for Luke first before we enter the second phase. Why? Because Luke can do that crazy play, can be the X factor if we're talking about team fight for the side of GEEK SLATE.
Last pick for Bigetron here, though. the mid lane is already shown for GEEK, so Bigetron, they can be a bit more finicky with this. They go for the Grok. They can still be flexed around, so Coach Aldo yet again showing a bit more of the elusiveness in his drafting phase. But for GEEK, it's looking pretty solid thus far. They just require some protection to ensure that the back line, they can do so much damage later on, can get adequate protection against a team with a very reliable engager like Key, like Bigetron Alpha.
Here though, we're going to take a look at the comparison from Janna QT and Max. Both junglers here so far opting to go for more utility junglers in their draft. But personally for me, looking at Janna QT, he fits the assassin role a bit better. We've seen him find way more success on the Fanny, on the Ling, on the Amon even, and this season we just haven't been able to see that. He's always been forced on the Fredrin, the Akai, just these utility heroes that again, might just not suit him. But looking at the draft right now, you can already see some respect clearly from Bigetron Alpha towards GEEK SLATE with Natalia. They know that Beloy hasn't picked up a hero. They might go for the Ruby ban next, and no, they actually respect Janna right here with a Fanny ban.
Try to deny the assassin from his hands for sure. They can try and do so by drafting, but you know, I mean by building a composition that can counter the Fanny. We've seen that being an approach several times, but against Janna, they don't want to risk it. They want to make sure that he is in an uncomfortable situation on a fighter, utility jungler. But for GEEK, they just ban away a lot of these early game wave clear roam heroes to ensure that the mid lane will not get out-rotated and they won't get out-pressured by the speed of Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, they're saying, right, what are you going to play? Moreno, take a look. Valentina ban out. Kadida, Lilia, Farsa ban out. Again, asking very important question here. Moreno, what are you going to play? We saw Lunox. We also saw Higura from Hijume here. So Moreno, it seems like very taking his time. I do like the Lunox pick. It just makes more sense. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Moreno with the Lunox pick. GEEK SLATE with the response, though. Janna, I feel like, why not go for the Kai?
The Akai.
At this point, no?
It's possible.
You can cancel the Blazing Duet. You can secure the neutral objective, but no. They're gonna use the Fredrin here with the 37% win rate.
So Fredrin's always just a solid jungler, right? Sure, 37% win rate, but the amount of pressure he has, you can't deny it. It's absolutely insane. Now, Bigetron Alpha up against a Fredrin. Usually you can go for the Martis that does really well against this man, but in Bigetron Alpha's case, I think going for the Akai is a bit better. There's a lot of lockdown, a lot of dive that GEEK SLATE can push onto Bigetron Alpha. Will they go for the Akai? Nope, they go for the Martis here. So they're putting more, they're banking on the fact that they want to utilize some kill pressure in the early game with the Martis.
It's looking to be a very messy team fight composition coming in from both these teams, though. There's combos available everywhere, but I feel like GEEK SLATE has a bit more advantage in how they can select which fight they want to go to. On this prediction, though, 57% for GEEK SLATE, so it's been a while since we saw GEEK SLATE being this much of a favorite.
Fairly close there in that audience prediction. Very, very close as we are now entering the portal of the Land of Dawn. Game 1 for the opening match of Week 3 Day 2 will commence soon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. I want to hear and listen. Show your support in the live chat and let's take a look. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Beloyski is on an Edith roam, so basically what he's saying is, I can carry too, I can deal damage in these team fights, and we'll see how this works out for GEEK SLATE as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 1. Already with an early setup here, the Earth Shatter, as he got more control in the mid lane bottom side bush.
Bottom, well, both Kadira and as well as Saken will opt for that Purify here, realizing that there are going to be a lot of crowd control from each side. Beloyski will fill that Edith roam, and my goodness, it's just the Grok versus Edith, very, very huge roamers in the Land of Dawn.
It's just a clash of juggernauts in the roaming department, but you can see that in the early game, Key will not be nearly as active, as playmaking heavy as an Edith. It's also a very unusual pick right here, but he's also providing a lot of wave clear. So in the mid lane, so far, Moreno's having a bit of problems. Later on, it's going to be a weird situation here where Moreno can do a lot more burst damage and deny the gold laner that way. But for GEEK SLATE, a boy can have a lot more range, a lot more utility for his team as well, aside from just bursting down with a real-world manipulation. So later on, I think he has a bit more flexibility in his approach. But in the top side, Luke actually does get taken down. That's a first blood for Key.
Yeah, amazing execution there. I feel like Luke he just caught off guard there, and there you go. The first blood will fall to the hands of the red robots. Do not bot side now. Saken will pop that BMI. I do want to note this, right? 3 support emblems from the side of Bigetron Alpha, a lot of movement speed in store. So again, Bigetron Alpha showing that they are going to rotate faster.
Key just trapped himself there in the corner with his own barrier, but anyways, you're looking at the wave. Chidera's really playing this well, man. He's really shutting Saken down based on the farm. He's already gone a pretty good lead here, and Saken needs to walk up every single time. He always needs to get punished here. Meanwhile, wait, Rizzo jumping in on the Janna, who's going to be immobilized here. That's a split as well, but Luke jumps in with the Raven Spider, but still going to be Max, who finds the retribution. Even 2 kills on the board for Bigetron Alpha. The secure from Max, and that's what the anti-CC brings to the table on the Martis.
Very good execution, Bigetron Alpha. Their setup was perfect and their execution was on point. GEEK SLATE, they were not in the favor. So what happened there, Arashi?
Janna was just trying to walk up, but there's just a lot more damage available for Bigetron. And like Mirko mentioned, there wasn't any crowd control immunity built into the Fredrin, so the Wild Charge was used as well. And in the early game, I think they just have to play it a bit more safely. At least for now, right? Once they have a bit more items, a bit more tankiness to try to withstand some of the damage, maybe then they can try and match up against Bigetron Alpha head-to-head like that.
That fierce neutral objective fight, right? The side of GEEK SLATE, they were unfortunately clumped up, which were just, while charged into place. Martis grabbing, taking that turtle was huge as well. So with that fight and as well as neutral objective secured, this can be a snowball game here for the side of Bigetron.
Definitely, and I think that's what they're aiming for with the Martis pick, right? The only reason you go for the Martis here is to secure more neutral objectives and also add more killing pressure early on. With their mid lane control, you would expect that it should be GEEK SLATE who has more to say, but because of that grok, early game you would actually give it over to Bigetron Alpha in terms of these neutral objective fights. And again, for the first turtle especially, it revolves a lot on or around the XP lane. Glue, such an oppressive force in lane.
Well, you can see that Luke already falling a bit behind here, 0 and 2, so he's not in the advantage position that he requires to try and be a big playmaker for his team. This double crowd control immunity situation for Bigetron Alpha has been very useful for them, and they are trying to push towards Janna QT yet again. We talked about him being very adept on the assassins, but not so much on the utility. Fredrin is a good mix of both, but in the early game, he's going to be struggling quite a bit with Bigetron being so aggressive.
Yeah, the HS has been secured already by Saken, so with that in mind, right, if GEEK SLATE forces themselves on towards that bot side, towards that gold lane, Saken will have an okay damage with that DHS. They need to be careful here as Key is such a nuisance on this grok.
He has 2 kills as well, mind you, so he's been very, very active, and he's just not punishable, not just yet. Later on, once GEEK SLATE has a bit more damage, right, if he walks up too aggressively like this, there's a chance they can just burst him down. They do have a carry later on that can deal well with these tanks, but Moreno has been a lot more successful in roaming around. Luke is once again forced to burn his flicker, not for an aggressive purpose.
I mean, if we're talking about Luke, right, we talked about him using that flicker Raven Spider for as an offense, as a playmaker, but twice we already saw him flickering away as a defense, so that's not a good sign here for the side of GEEK SLATE. No playmaker, and Bigetron Alpha with that. Take a look, already securing the second neutral objective.
This is just the Bigetron Alpha oppression that we saw with Max and Rizzo in the lineup. They're able to get neutral objectives on the board, and even the early game controlled so well. We even saw this up against ONIC, right? The way that they're able to control the games up until a certain point, but then they throw the lead. That's the virus from Bigetron Alpha. That's their sickness right now that they really need to find a cure for. Unfortunately for now, GEEK SLATE are just going to be ragdolled over. That's going to be the split, bringing him back. Moreno picks up the kill, and they disengage clean by Bigetron Alpha.
Waste of spell resources, well buried by Beloyski. Flickers away, but again, just the sharpness from the execution is just too huge. And take a look at Kadera. He is making the move here. Bigetron looking for the top side now.
Seems like GEEK SLATE will be able to rotate in time, but we were talking a lot about a boy, and this is the highlighted matchup here. The Yeeb against the Lunox. And for GEEK SLATE, a boy has been just stuck in the mid lane, clearing again and again. He hasn't been able to move around because of the threat coming in from Key and Max, right? If he missteps in the jungle just a bit, he can get completely run down, and he's running a flicker. So if he gets chased down by a Martis, by a Grok as well, he can't purify the crowd control, and he cannot outrun that Martis either. So he is just out of options until later on in the game.
The first structure in the game has been taken down. Bigetron Alpha winning that first blood in the structure, top bot side. Tier 1 down, and again, slowly but surely now they're looking for the invade here. Let's see, will they commit to this?
So far, it's pretty low action, but with two Everses inside of Bigetron Alpha, they've been able to take some trades and have a lot of effectiveness. But then play the top side, Purify, Chidera saves his life for now.
Yep, that's the Purify, even Beloy backing off. Jana looking for some more, but with Max, he's always going to be able to disengage. He's going to be the one frontlining too. That's Bigetron Alpha putting a whole lot of pressure up top. And look at Saken. He's just been free farming in the mid lane when Beloyski is getting engaged on, forced to use the Purify. Saken is all alone, mid lane, just farming up a storm. Now gets caught in the Earth Shatter, finishes up the Golden Staff, and that's a massive power spike. Top lane tier 1 gonna fall to the minions as well. Bigetron Alpha with full control in this game. Luke is looking for an opening, but GEEK SLATE, I think they're making the right decision here. There's no way they contest for this. Max is 2 levels. Now he's only 1 level ahead, but with that level advantage, with the gold lead that they have, neutral objective takes not going to be good for GEEK SLATE at all. Key, again, opening up the map, and Bigetron Alpha, once again, wow, really good capitalization on the mistakes that GEEK SLATE are making instantly with another turret take.
They're suffocating their opponent here, Arashi. GEEK SLATE, though, whoa! It's going to be me and you, Arashi, here, taking on 4 guys in the Talents prediction. Bigetron Alpha suffocating again, all tier 1s taken down, and it's just textbook. GEEK SLATE, little to no response.
Speaking of the power spikes, right, Saken has reached it at like 6 minutes and 30 seconds. It's very good, on point, a bit fast even for a Claude.
Oh my God.
And on the flip side, Luke has only now finished his Bloodlust Axe, so he's completely behind the curve. If you look at the gold difference right here by Ube as gold, it's a 3,700 gold compared to the 5,000 of Sorizo. So now, the issue is that GEEK SLATE does not have a reliable front line, so they can't even contest the vision, and this is why Bigetron Alpha are so free to just keep moving into the jungle of GEEK SLATE, and they don't really have an answer. All their heroes are meant for DPS and long fights. No one does any kind of serious pick-off crowd control or burst damage, so they just have to stuck and try to wait out patiently this very oppressive, suffocating mid-game until they can get to the late game where their items will allow them to finally match up against Bigetron Alpha, if Bigetron Alpha lets them do so.
I like the itemization here from Saken too, Rashi. You mentioned that he's just been free farming, he's been getting those power spikes really fast, and because of that, there's no real need for him to respect any sort of damage coming in, right? They're so far ahead, he goes for the Corrosion Scythe, 3rd item here. You saw the path, and now, honestly, I don't even think he needs to go for Wind of Nature. It's unnecessary. Luke is behind. That's the only physical damage threat. Chidera does true damage. So I think he's going for Melfic Roar, or if you really want to play it safe, Immortality. That's your best shot at defense.
Yeah, I think that extra life can be the difference maker. Also, do note that Moreno, he knows he's ahead, right? With Clock of Destiny, he immediately builds that Genius Wand. Not even the Lightning Truncheon, and that's just a fast, comfortable lore here. GEEK SLATE, they look lost.
They're completely overwhelmed right here with a 7k gold lead in the hands of Bigetron Alpha right now. And the issue is they have no way of trying to make any plays. Beloy is on an EVOS. They have to try and wait it out. They're better at counter-engaging compared to actually engaging. Luke, their main aggressor that usually enables his team, can't jump in because he's way too behind. No damage, not enough tankiness. And even a boy, he can slow down the members of Bigetron Alpha, but overall, once he does that, there's no follow-up. There's not enough damage to try and take down Sorizo, or Max, or Key. So these 3 frontline walls are just completely standing there dominantly in the face of GEEK SLATE, and they really can't do anything about it. Best they can do right now is try and hold on to the structures as long as possible, try and clear, and once they're in their base, maybe then they can try and do something, unless they find Kadera.
Saka with a blazing duet there. That's going to be Moreno stunned up and taken down. The first kill over to GEEK SLATE. Cerezo still able to escape from the real world inflation as it does a little bit more damage there onto Cerezo. Mid lane tier 2 going to be taken low as well. Moreno taken down for the gold laner. I think Bigetron Alpha still going to be happy with this trade as they look for more turrets on the board, more siege potential without the carry and without a boy having that RWM. It should still be Bigetron Alpha having more pressure in the siege. That's the base turret passive popped in the mid lane. Now they're looking for more, but honestly at this point they're just looking to pop those passives for the next push. And Bigetron Alpha once again staying disciplined. They've learned from their mistakes. They're no longer biggest throw with this lineup.
Ooh, 11 minutes in though. Still quite early here. Miracle, let's see. 8,000 gold lead, you're right. Bigetron Alpha, take a look at the total kills. It might be the lowest total kills here in the season, 1 to 5, 11 minutes in. Let's see though, will this add up?
Cerezo with a slam pass combo. That's a 3-man knockup, and Sakin jumps in with blazing duet, but T gets caught. GEEK SLATE with that counter attack. It's only Bigetron Alpha losing key, but again, they have to be very careful. This is where the Bigetron Alpha Season 11 virus comes to play, man, in the base.
During this base defense, I mean, keep in mind, it is 12 minutes, so GEEK SLATE are behind, but they are getting some of the items. And it's important to take a look at a boy, because he is one of the main tools that GEEK SLATE has right now. He has a glowing one, I believe, and against all these beefier members, they're able to shrug off a lot of the damage. But once the game keeps rolling, once more items gets built up, Chidera has built-in percentage HP damage in his kit, and with the glowing one, a boy is now relevant in the damage department. So Bigetron Alpha has to be a lot more careful. And so far, as you mentioned, Mirko, they are still maintaining discipline, but GEEK SLATE just found like an inkling of hope there and a chance to try and get a winning fight against Bigetron Alpha.
I mean, earlier, right, it was Sakin, Max, and Stories in that top 3 damage dealt. So it's clear that these Bigetron now looking for the zone out. Will they commit to this Lord? GEEK SLATE again. They are not able to do anything. There are no contest whatsoever.
There's no real need for them to contest, because if they contest, it's
a gamble.
Taking a very big gamble, a very bad gamble at that, right? The risk is too much, and GEEK SLATE are playing it really safe. They're very safe investors, is what it looks like right now. They're just missing out on every single chance to fight back. That's gonna be the Magic Sentry popped in. Bigetron Alpha looking to capitalize on the fact now in the mid lane with the slam pass, zoning the other members away. That's going to be the Enhanced Lord dealing damage. Sakin going to be knocked back up, but has a Purify, melting everybody down with a blazing duet. But that's one member taken down as well. The roamer from both teams taken down. Luke finds the stun on the Sakin, but with nature, he's still able to survive. Max losing his immortality, and this might be it. Bigetron Alpha, they're going to lose Max, and GEEK SLATE will be able to prolong the game once again. BTR unable to fully capitalize.
This is what Luke does, right? With that flicker, I mentioned it, we mentioned it here. You use the flicker as an offense. If you use it as a defense, Luke is just, you can't do anything. And there you go, the flicker, Bravest Fighter finally connecting on towards the Bigetron side.
They have a lot more counter-engage in their composition. Let's take a look at that replay. In the beginning, Bigetron went for the giant. It's a very aggressive 5-man conceal. They jump in for the play, but they get punished afterwards because, like I mentioned, there's so many more counter-engage tools available for GEEK SLATE. They use initially the Edict to stop the initial charge, and afterwards they catch out Bigetron Alpha off guard using Luke, who was behind, but he provides enough with that utility, with that stun. And with the turn of events, the gold lead is still 7.5k, but you can see that GEEK SLATE has damage. So Bigetron Alpha now are on the back foot only when GEEK has the protection of their base though. So while in the outside, in the jungle and in the lanes, Bigetron Alpha can still be very dominant in how they want to position.
I swear, it's so weird every single time. Bigetron Alpha, they get such a massive gold lead, 10k Arashi. I mean, the item speaks for itself, but again, when they have the lead, when they have the Lord, they don't utilize the waves properly. They pushed in with one wave with the Enhanced Lord. Sure, if it was an Evolved Lord, you can go for that one straight push. One lane with the buffs that the Evolved Lord gives you. But with the Enhanced Lord, I'm failing to understand why they didn't go for the three-wave push that's already built up. I mean, the side waves were slow pushing. Those were stacked up minion waves.
Yeah, not a good sign. I mean, take a look at the damage dealt now. It was 3 members from the side of Bigetron, Boy and Kadera catching up here. Again, Arashi, Kadera already built more items, almost full items, and he is on his way to Athena. So GEEK SLATE, they have equalized technically.
He has the Wind of Nature as well, and considering he does true damage, we've already covered this, he has a bit more outplay potential, but he needs to make sure that he does not fall victim to Moreno. Right now, the main issue is just how Sakan can just go in the back line, and with the Purifier active, they can't really stop the Blazing Duet, so they are forced to tank the damage as Bigetron, they go for a big play, the Wild Charge connects.
Oh, Beloyski melted down there. There's going to be a lot of damage in the back line as that's going to be Sakan with the Blazing Duet onto a Boy, dealing some damage. Beloy down, Luke flickering forward with a stun, but that's the Brilliance dodging away from it. Moreno still in the midst. Jana going to be caught and taken down by Max as that's the Decimate. Bigetron Alpha, do they look for an N angle or they look for the Enhanced Lord? Without the minion waves here, it seems like they are going to set their sights on ending this game. 8k gold lead, Chidera and a Boy still alive. RWM not up just yet. Keen now with a barrier, trying to force them out. Moreno with a flicker, but that's going to be quick to respond and back into it. Wild Charge, perfectly timed. Moreno 1 HP, but Chidera, they're all going to be ignoring him as they go for the base. And Bigetron Alpha secure game 1.
What a game from Bigetron Alpha. Textbook and very, very clear. Almost there. Almost. They quote-unquote threw the game. But again, GEEK SLATE with the, I guess, the slow response. Luke flickering on towards a 4 players there. Not a good move. Not a wise execution.
It's hard to measure almost because almost is never enough. Bigetron Alpha, they nearly lost that game again, losing their advantage, but they kept it cool. They reformed how they were going to approach, and they went for the decisive end. And I feel like it all started in the drafting phase.
Agreed.
And GEEK SLATE, they're a team that wants to get advantage. They're a team that wants to have momentum, but they have an EVOS. And on top of that, they also have a Lapu that's just so behind, and they were unable to try and fight Bigetron Alpha on their own terms, and slowly but surely, against a team like Bigetron, this is what you can expect. The signature Bigetron suffocation.
They tunnel vision. They put a lot of emphasis on mid-control, forcing Moreno on a pick that maybe he's uncomfortable with, but then doing nothing with it. Mid lane. Where was the poke? Where was the oppression from this Yve? What was the reason for the Lilia and the Farsa ban if you're not able to bully the Lunox in the mid lane anyways, right? You have to expect the Lunox at this point. It's literally Lilia, Farsa, Valentina, Yve, Lunox. Those are the only heroes you see, and you see the Kagura, but again, you would expect the Lunox here, and still, they weren't able to utilize that. So I really question why they even went for the 2 mid lane bans if it ended up like this. I think they would have been much better. They would have been happy to face off against the Farsa. They have the Lapu, they have the proper dive. Why not ban the Lunox, right? It just feels like they tunnel vision on forcing Moreno. Let's force him on an early game hero that's going to be bad, and we oppress him. We literally suffocate him in the mid lane, but then they did nothing.
And guess what, right? Sure, Moreno, not a shining game per se. Who shines the most? It's Kadera. Not Kadera, I mean, it's Sakan, right? On the DHS Claude. It's, again, he's unstoppable in that farming early game, just rapidly top side, mid side, bot side, everywhere. And yeah, again, that's a team. If your team was forced into an uncomfortable team, the other member should perform. The other member should quote-unquote carry that game, and that is what Sakan did in that game.
I feel like they just have so much counter-engage, and you saw a bit of why that's good when they were in the base defense, right? Despite Bigetron Alpha going in with S5, right? Using everything, they were able to stop that aggression. But that's very situational. That only plays a part when you're actually in the base. And if you're banking your whole composition on base defense, I think you're doing it wrong. Especially in the current season where aggression and tempo is key. There's no way Bigetron is going to let you off easily at all. And of course, there were some moments where it's a bit shaky for Bigetron. But overall, the rest of the game was very, very calculated, very, very standard. And GEEK SLATE had no options. If they wanted to go for an engage, they had to use so many resources to even get a simple engage that's not even that valuable. If you take a look at the items as well, We talked about how Saken and Moreno, the main damage dealers in a team with 3 tanky members, they built the penetration way earlier than GEEK SLATE were building the defensive items. So this allows them to preemptively prepare for the tankiness, and it means that GEEK SLATE at every point in the game, they had no reliable front laner. They can just withstand some damage, and effectively that also means that they cannot contest vision, and when they have no vision, they can't even use the card control to deter the members of Bigetron Alpha. So it was just a matter of time at that point.
You know what's interesting, Arashi? You know, looking at it, again, remembering what we said in the game, I think you and Gani mentioned that how Bigetron Alpha were taking this game is very textbook. I agree. The execution was literally just textbook, but looking at the draft, it's a very multi-dimensional draft built up by Coach Aldo. Meanwhile, for GEEK, very textbook, easy to read. You know exactly what the composition is built for.
I was about to touch on the draft, right? One hero, one thing that I don't like from the composition in particular.
Edith?
The Edith.
Yeah.
Beloyski, come on. It's just so, yeah,
I don't think it works here. It could have worked.
Disheartening, though.
Brock, Lunox, Claude, who are you going to catch?
Exactly, right? It's very hard. It's a slow unit. And, well, let's take a look at the post game now. Rich Guy and the carry, Saken again. A very nice, not debut, his second time in the MPL. It seems like he's getting comfortable in this scene.
Look at the stats, it's just very one-sided for Bigetron. I believe not a single turret was taken. No, one was taken for GEEK SLATE, but that's not enough to try and get you into that late game. So Bigetron Alpha, they even have pretty solid late game as well. Like you mentioned, Mirko, it's just so much more multi-dimensional. They have security, they have dive, they have DPS if they want to try and play a front to back. So I think GEEK SLATE, they were just outmaneuvered in how they're about to apply the game. And as you mentioned, it began in the execution of that mid lane. They were unable to use the pressure to do anything meaningful. And even despite that, they went for the contest on the turtle. And Bigetron Alpha just slowly but surely kept getting small victories again and again. And despite the 100% kill participation from a boy here, it just wasn't enough. He was trying his best to try and clear in the back line, have security, outplay with the Winter Truncheon. But when everyone else is just so behind, it's just not enough.
Yeah, no one can really cover a boy, and no one really can cover a carry as well.
And speaking of maneuvers, right, on like movement, we talked about how GEEK Fam is so good at pulling, pulling back and forth, right, like a tug of war against their opponents. How are you supposed to do that when you have a Fredrin, a Lapu-Lapu, and Edith? Everyone is just so slow, and you can see that once they're caught out of position, Bigetron had no issue at all trying to catch them, despite the fact that a boy was slowing everybody down.
Also, yeah, exactly.
They don't play to their strength as a team.
Agreed.
Oh, take a look at the gold curve.
Wow, a standard. Wow, this is the best gold curve for Bigetron Alpha I've ever seen.
The most consistent so far, at least, for Bigetron. So already perhaps showing a bit more adjustment, a bit more maturity as a team. And if they can replicate the same kind of performance, they can try and get a clean sweep towards GEEK Fam, and which means they can extend their winning history against this team.
Well, again, we talked about the emblems, right? 3 emblem supports from side of Bigetron Alpha. And from the composition of GEEK SLATE, very slow. You mentioned it, Arashi, and with this emblem support, what it adds is movement speed. And we can see already fast rotation from the members of Bigetron Alpha. They opted for that movement speed, extra movement speed. So again, it just adds that those small details can create such impact in that first game as well.
Well, more speed means you can have better positioning, and you can't deny that in this game, Bigetron was always in the right place at the right time, right? A boy was trying his best, but on the Eve, he is just that slow.
MVP.
And that's part of the reason why he is under so much pressure. If he gets caught out of position, it's going to be game over for him with a Martis, like we mentioned, a Martis and a Lunox, right? They can very easily burst him down. And the same can be said for our MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Saken on that Claude, very fast, very efficient. And of course with the Petrify, just no counters available. 0 deaths in this game, despite all the quote-unquote potential available for GEEK SLATE. And this is showing again that despite losing out in experience, he is still able to lane relatively well against Chidera, at least with the help of his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's confirmed. It works. It's confirmed, right? Superken got the MVP yesterday. Saken got the MVP today. So your 2 new players, Mirko, they're settling in quite quickly.
They're settling in quite quickly, right? I mean, again, looking at the heat map, you can see Saken here, starting from the 5th minute, when the minions in the gold lane stop giving out that massive gold, look at the rotations instantly. This is what we like to see from gold laners.
Look at the heat map though. You can see that he is spending a lot of time in the jungle of GEEK SLATE, not in his own jungle. So I think that allows for Bigetron to find a bigger gold lead eventually. And here we take a look at the first few early fights. The glue pick is just so much more oppressive. The catch from GEEK SLATE is not the usual GEEK SLATE. He can just catch you and punish you completely. Even here, when Bigetron technically missed position, they weren't able to actually get too much value. And when they do, the only real casualty is always the roamer or the XP laner. Members in GEEK that you know, Bigetron aren't really afraid to lose. And this is the one exception where the game plan actually plays out, but it's only one time. And if you bank everything on a situation that only happens once or twice in the whole game, it won't be enough at all. Slowly but surely, Bigetron just wait for the right engage, they go for the wild charge, and even when GEEK tries to back away, you can see that Janna has no hope of escaping from the situation. With 3 members down for 20 seconds and the waves still pushing in their favor, Bigetron identified the chance to end the game, and they do so just like that. So now we're straight into game number 2, where the drafting phase can be improved for GEEK SLATE for sure, but even for Bigetron, they can still have a chance to try and play around with this. That elusive draft in the early game, in the first phase of the drafting phase, from Coach Aldo, really, I think, confused GEEK SLATE quite a bit.
It really did, and you could see the way they were playing, it reflected it, right? How GEEK SLATE was playing that. Sure, usually when you don't go for these contests, when you concede these neutral objectives, that's what a lot of teams do. Thing is, you trade. Right? You don't just stand there. Now, GEEK SLATE, they were not trading. They were just standing idly by in their jungle, farming in their own side of the map.
No
not
compensation.
looking for anything, a bit too safe. But it comes down to what Arashi said, the draft. It started there. No winning lanes. Not even the jungle matchup
no facilitator.
Winning. Everything they put in the draft, especially in the second phase, the emphasis was on the mid lane. And they didn't utilize that mid lane to bully Moreno. They didn't utilize it to roam across the map faster. Why? The Grok. That's why the Grok is such a good flex pick that was picked up early. We've seen it on Max, we've seen it on Chorizo, and we see it on Key. It's so good and it creates such a big question mark. And that's why I think there was a huge emphasis on the mid lane. That was the only lane that you could say the Grok won't go to.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Grok, right, Key performed brilliantly. Again, day in, day out on a Grok. On most roamers, he has been that very reliable roamer, especially the El Momento Atlas. Give him any hero. So, game 2, though, I expect changes here. More lineup, more composition that can be proactive in that regard, right? Yeah, you're right. Neutral objective take. Nothing taken from the side of GEEK SLATE. No compensation whatsoever. They need to grab more in the second game. So check out MPL ID also can give you the Grab app, right? Grab promos are ready to be enjoyed here. For new users, you can enjoy a 50% discount. Grab food using what? The promo code MPL ID XGrab.
50%, just like Saken's win rate in MPL so far. Right? 2 losses, 1 win yesterday, and a win here, 50%. Boom, bang, bada bing.
There you go, and you can get a 90% discount as well on what? Grab Bike and Grab Car for watching matches offline here. Manada Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. So again, check it out, and you can go and participate in challenge March 18th in a week, around a week. Arashi, are you in?
Of course I'm in. Like, why would I not be, Gani? It's going to be a great situation, a great event, and there's going to be a lot of freebies, so of course I'm all in the situation, but I'm also all in for game number 2 right here. I do want to see what GEEK SLATE can do, try and turn this losing situation around, maybe secure a bit more playmaking tools, because we talked about how they're more flexible with both Aboy and Beloyski making plays happen. Maybe they require more of 2 of them working together there, because Beloyski and Aboy weren't exactly working in tandem in game number 1.
You know what? Yeah, I want more proactiveness. And Arashi, you got a date? Take a look here. There's a promo code MPL date to get a 20% discount. Minimum payment of minimum buy of 2 tickets. Maximum with 4. Total discount here, 80,000. And just redeem it. Bleeblee.com. Arashi, I smell you
You smell me.
I smell you with a date from the
With
girl
a date.
yesterday.
We'll see, man. I mean, that's a very interesting theory, Connie. But of course, you guys at home, if you have something more than a theory, you can go and try and take advantage of that with the new promo code from Bleeblee. So take advantage of that. And soon, I think we have to talk about what can Geek Fam do, right? I mean, Geek Slate do. Are they going to try and be more aggressive, or are going to try and have more synergy in the execution? Because I really feel like even if they work together there, they can find more success, but it's still an uphill battle. I think someone, at least one person, needs to be available to be a constant threat for the side of Bigetron, because this is what you don't want to let them do, right? Move around the map freely without any pressure, any threat of a punish coming in from your team.
Yeah, they need to figure something out here. Mirko, Geek Slate banning out Faramis and Glue. Already a different approach here. Remember last time around, game 1, Faramis was completely left open. Bigetron saying, yeah, let's ban out the Prio heroes, Joy, and as well as 1-1. So, Geek Slate, give Beloy the hero that can enable his team, facilitate his team. Edith, questionable move earlier.
It's really tough to say, right? I mean, last game they could have gone for the Ruby, the Franco, but everything that Beloy likes to play kind of gets countered by the draft that Aldo has gone for in game number 1. So here you're already seeing a difference in the drafts from Geek Slate. With the Faramis, Glue, and Yves ban, they banned the Valentina and the Franco in game number 1 with the Kadita too, so it's completely different already. Very different from Geek Slate. Meanwhile for BTR, still the 1-1 and the Joy, they're going to be forced to choose between the Valentina or the Kaja. I think leave both open here so you can have an equal say, because if you leave the Kaja open, you ban out the Valentina, Kaja's getting first picked. If you leave the Kaja's, yeah, it's always going to be first pick, basically.
This is the big situation here for the side of Geek Slate, right? They want to have a very well-rounded engage tool, but if they leave it open, then Bigetron can also take advantage of that, because they also have a very solid roam player in the form of Key, like we saw in game number 1. Right now in the first pick right here, the Kaja is still open, but if they go for that, they will let go of the Fredrin, and maybe in this situation, it's better if they try and do so, because Janna, I feel like he is not fully dependent on getting this Fredrin pick, right? He can play a lot more other of utility tanks, as well as the assassins that are still available if Bigetron Alpha doesn't secure a lot of threat towards the jungle.
Okay, Valentina first pick here. It was banned out in that first game, and Bigetron, a change of approach here with the Claude ban. Interestingly enough, they were the ones who have the opportunity to take the Claude in that first game. Also, I feel in the second, but Bigetron Alpha banning that out now with Valentina already in the hands of Geek Slate. Bigetron, what are they going to prio here? Another Lapu pick might come through, and if not, a Lapu and Farsa.
Yeah, I think the Farsa works really well in this kind of composition, right? They can go for the Farsa. They're going to have to give out that for the airstrike, though. I mean, going for the Kaja here would be pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
Farsa Kaja. Got it. There you go. The 2 picks that are always going to be prio here when they're left open. But remember, these are 2 big ultimates that Geek Slate can take for themselves. And that's a comfort pick for Beloy. They've already adjusted from game number 1, now securing Beloy's hero in the first phase.
Wow, Natalia, that's a very bold move right here, considering that Bigetron usually have no issue locating and slowly but surely finding him even though he's invisible. It's a bit risky, but we here have some stats for Max. First place in PL President Esports 2021 Open Qualifier. First place for PL President Esports 2022 and the Week 6 MVP for MPL Indonesia Season 10. So King Max, as Mirko likes to call him, has a lot of accolades for sure. And for Geek Slate, they go back on that Lapu pick, and this time they have to make sure that in the laning phase he does not get completely shut down, because we have seen that Luke can be a great enabler for his team, but he needs to initially win in the laning phase first. He's up against Sorizo though, so easier said than done.
Definitely, right? I mean, again, Natalia, I feel like this Natalia pick is a little bit too early here from Geek Slate.
Yeah.
I don't know. Against Farsa, it makes sense, but Kaja, remember his first skill, Can is AoE, right? So, oh my god, Melissa. Again, yeah. Natalia, very, it's just too hasty, I think. Again, now they can draft around to counter that Melissa.
It really depends. The Melissa is a good pick here in terms of range and that go away, but you need to utilize it well, right? Because remember, you need to preemptively pop that go away. You can't react against the Natalia. It's instant, right? That's a silence as well. By the time you pop that go away, you are already too low or you're dead. So Bigetron Alpha with a good pick, but it comes down to how Saken executes it. Still see though, this is pretty interesting. They have the Kaja and the Melissa, two heroes that are really good against the Fanny, but they still go for the Fanny.
Your team is banned.
Well, to make sure that there's no options left for Jana Cutie. For GEEK though, they ban away the Terizla, wanting to ensure right now that the blue isn't on the table, the Terizla isn't as well. They want to try and make sure that Luke has a bit of advantage. So, but the Youth Song is still available though, so we'll see if that is what they target. Bigetron though just goes all in to ensure that there won't be two assassins on the side of GEEK, knowing that their backline is just that much vulnerable, and there's only one solution so far, the suppression coming in from Divine Judgment.
Yeah, I mean,
keep in mind, the Natalia can also translate a better airstrike, so the back line from said Bigetron is a bit vulnerable to this Natalia pick.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bigetron, they like to gamble the trend in Season 11, but not today. He got the first point, so there you go, Brethren. Popular again, and not a very good pick, but very good win rate. Earlier on, it was a loss from the side of Geek Slate. Let's see, boy, though, the influence of the name change could be a new spirit, perhaps. Previously, we had never made it to the playoffs, so hopefully with this new name, we can make it to the playoffs. Now, Geek Slate, let's see, two last heroes. They need someone that can peel, Lilia, and burst. Yeah, I was about to say, so, oh, it's a Valentina Gold.
Oh, something that Geek Slate likes to do. Pretty interesting right now, and they are not going to secure the Akai. They secure the Baxia here, which is pretty interesting. Good clear, good rotations across the map, trying to match the rotations coming in from Bigetron Alpha, but let's see for the XP lane now, is the Fredrin even going to the jungle, right? That flex pick is still possible. We haven't seen it in the XP lane a whole lot. Bigetron Alpha though now, I think up against the Lapu, they can go for something like the Benedetta. Or, yeah, I told you. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
The flexible, yeah.
The Hayabusa here. I was just thinking, right, the Fredrin being in the EXP lane might be a bit better considering the Geek Slate right now. They have a lot of mobility, a lot of wave clear like you mentioned, and they have a lot of burst damage, so you can expect a lot of tower dives. And what does well against tower dives? It's that Fredrin, right? With the tankiness, with the burst damage, with the sustain as well. So putting him in the XP lane is great, but I don't know if the Hayabusa will have a lot of success in this game, considering the lack of targets on the side of Geek Slate, and of course with all these stuns and utility available for them to try and counter him later on.
Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 will begin soon as the drafts has been set here by both teams. Can Geek Slate force the Game 3, or Bigetron Alpha, will they be able to replicate their success in Game 1 with this Hayabusa in the jungle? Let's see, Land of Dawn, here we go for Game 2, once again for Geek Slate, and as well as Bigetron Alpha.
Ooh, something tells me that Geek Slate has no intention of letting Saken actually have a say in how the game goes. There are so many ways to shut down squishy heroes in the side lanes, and considering that the Fredrin is available on the EXP lane, I think it's always going to be headed or targeted towards the gold lane. Jana now tries to out-farm and out-rotate. We'll have to see. The early levels here is going to be very oppressive for the Geek fan. Geek Slate, because Bigetron Alpha doesn't really know where exactly Geek Slate wants to maneuver around.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this matchup, right, usually the Valentina does win against most marksmen, but up against the Melissa, this could actually be the Melissa who has a little bit more of an advantage here. A boy with a good sidestep. Max, though, picking up the purple buff. Not really going to be distracted there, but he jumps in onto a boy, looking for some more. The lethal was secured by Jana, and both teams are still just playing it very safe in the first minute.
One main concern regarding the composition is, yeah, Geek Slate, they're going for that early banking on that early. And take a look at the response here. Bigetron. Okay, patience. Yeah, if we're talking about the late game here, Arashi, Mirko, Saken got this in the bag with that Melissa, right? Take a look at the skin as well. Jutsu Kaisen is up and available in game. GEEK SLATE. They really need to control the early and snowball and yeah, just win what, minute number 12 or 11, 13. If not, it's just going to be Bigetron taking the control with the Melissa.
It's a very risky strategy right here, and Bigetron are able to try to play around it. And pre-level 4, this is what they can do, but after level 4, Bigetron Alpha has chances to try and counter and punish them if they overextend. And now, if they can't really get a dive on the turrets, they have to try and go for invades in the jungle, man. They need to use this early game as much as possible because time is not in their favor.
Oh, Chorizo with a lot of damage there. Able to get out as well. GEEK SLATE now. A boy has actually popped the black shoes. That's a good day for Bigetron Alpha. One massive resource gone. They might be looking for this right now. Max has a punch out. That's the fair airstrike as well. Max wins out the retry battle against Jana. That's gonna be the shadow kill popped in as well. Max still able to disengage, and both teams are looking to just back off. That's the flicker from Chorizo. Tortoise Poissons and Beloy jumping in to pick up first blood. That's the response by GEEK SLATE.
Finally, GEEK SLATE here with the neutral objective take. They aren't really, they're looking for that compensation. They're looking for a fight as well. Bigetron Alpha still wanted that neutral objective, but GEEK SLATE finally with the response, Beloyski picking up the first blood.
It's a first blood, but it's only onto Chorizo. And in a way, it's great because it plays into their win condition, getting a loop ahead right here with 1 assist, and still being more dominant in the lane. We'll have to see though, because in the mid lane, it's going to be a boy jumped on. No chance.
Yeah, another kill over. The Divine Judgment for their airstrike and that high and dry, dealing a lot of damage. A boy, again, this game with the sprint, right? Again, he didn't really utilize that. Saken has the go away. Will pop it. Beloy not able to jump close enough. Chidera has stolen the IMU, but again, not able to get close enough. Bigetron Alpha so far playing the weak side of the map pretty well, too.
Yeah. They're just really good at just roaming around, and since they have a monster right here, they have options, but look at this.
They have to inspire though. Saken dealing the damage, and that's the rotation from the rest of BTR. Chidera with the all-in, but he might just be taken down. One more hit. The double kill picked up. Key. Wow. Flickering into the shield. You need to cancel it out as Moreno is able to dish out damage, but will be taken down in the end. Now Saken with that damage. Max going to be able to pick that kill up. Double kill for Jana, but on a utility. I think that might still be worth it for BTR. Luke is rotated up top. Max is caught. He's pinned down. That's the bravest fighter. Max not going to be able to disengage from this one. That's just enough damage to take him down, but wait, Luke falls. And again, it's Max who picks up the kill.
Yeah, I guess he got the damage in. And it's, again, trade-wise, favoring heavily, I feel like, towards Bigetron Alpha.
They have the better late game, so any kind of even trade is going to be beneficial for them, because even if they're losing, it's not even that big of a deal. But look at this. It's a better airstrike to pick up potential.
Oh, Jana is down. Chorizo looking more onto Chidera right now as Beloy actually jumps onto the turtle. Luke doesn't have the bravest fighter. It's still on cooldown. That's going to be a free turtle over to Max. Luke gets a stun now, finally onto Chorizo with that bravest fighter. Finally back up. As Key zones a boy and Beloy away. It's BTR with another just clean take.
So far, Luke has been using this flicker off cooldown, man. Every single time it's up, he just goes in for a big bravest fighter play. So you like to see that proactiveness, but it's not really efficient. It's not too effective right now. Bigetron is outmaneuvering from it, and Saken here trying to fight for his life.
He's all good, man. For the airstrike now onto Beloy. One more hit. There you go. That's Saken picking it up. Not even using the Inspire. Bigetron are reading GEEK SLATE like an open book.
Crucial kill. That wings by wings. Very crucial as well. Well utilized there by Moreno. 4 kills picked up and a 2 assists. And they're looking for the siege top side. And again, same story. Game 1. Not much GEEK SLATE can do.
They just seem to have a disconnect in the communication, right? Because they do have a lot more mobility, a lot of wave clear, but you don't see them all in the same place together. And if they are, that's a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control, and they're trying to do so right now.
Onto Key? Jana and everyone, they've used so many of their resources. That's gonna be the Divine Judgment though. That's the bait. That's why they went for it. To bait Max in, and it worked out in the end. GEEK SLATE with 1 kill back here in the 6th minute.
It's just more Max blundering. And take a look at bot side. Will they commit to this? No, not just yet. Yeah, Max blunders there, I feel like.
Agreed.
I mean, why go in that situation?
Didn't expect a divine judgment, I think.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? He thought that he can get away quickly, but then again, a very fast response there from Kadira with that IMU. But let's see now. It's still Bigetron Alpha leading that gold department, but with that in mind, Arashi can GEEK SLATE turn this game around.
They still have the advantage in the mid game, right? That's where the Valentina, the Lilia, and the Natalia really starts to gain some steam. But afterwards, after the mid game, Bigetron Alpha has an overwhelming advantage if they want to try and play around the damage dealers. And look at that burst!
Oh boy, just taken out. That's a divine judgment on the Chidera, who's looking for more. Max losing out in the retry battle now. Jana finding it here, equalizing the score a bit for GEEK SLATE. But with a boy down, again, it's BTR who pick up a not so bad trade.
I mean, remember the head-to-head Arashi, Moreno, and as well as a boy. Moreno, as we all know, very aggressive, and on this Farsa, we can see definitely that the burst type, the mid laner carry type is there. 4-1-3. Oh, Guardian and Arashi here opting for that GEEK SLATE, but take a look at mid.
Yeah, boy trying to escape again, pops the black juice, so Rizzo jumps back in with a taunt as well. Maybe the Appraiser's Wrath as well here. There you go, boy! With the sidestep and Beloy with the punish, even in the back line. Moreno is caught low. Up top is the 1v1. Max unable to solo kill Chidera. And this might be it, the moment where GEEK SLATE can utilize that mid-game power spike.
Wow, that was a bit over aggressive coming from Bigetron, because they can just cruise to a very guaranteed late game where they are taking risks right here. They want to try and take matters into their own hands. But they have to be careful because GEEK SLATE, like we mentioned, once that mid game comes rolling around, the Bloodlust Axe, the Lightning Truncheon being completed by Luke and Chidera respectively, they can very easily go for that pick-off game plan. And remember, Beloyski can very easily shut down completely the back line of Bigetron Alpha.
Bravest Fighter there, popped in. Moreno was able to jump away with Wings by a Wing, so Bravest Fighter doesn't end up with anything in the bot side. You can see the Shadow Kill now popped in. Max versus 2, gets away. Chidera stole that Shadow Kill, and that's going to be an important resource to note, as without the Divine Judgment on his hands, Bigetron will be a bit more free to play in these team fights.
Yeah, let's see here. Again, Bigetron Alpha, they were leading almost 2,000 gold. It seems like GEEK SLATE, with the couple of previous exchanges, they are able to somehow equalize on the gold department. Space-wise though, still Bigetron Alpha leading the turret by 1, but GEEK SLATE, they're looking for more proactivity. Melissa, is it online right now?
Not just yet, but considering the fact that Bigetron Alpha has 2 turrets taken, that's just amazing because GEEK SLATE, their only real virtue in the late game is if they can use this early game to take down the turrets and abuse the vision, abuse the control, and abuse the minion waves. If Bigetron Alpha can beat them in the turret control department, this is just worst case scenario, and it seems like Bigetron, they're still going for it.
Key, what a read onto a boy with the conceal. The Bravest Fighter now popped in by Luke, getting the stun only to Key, and that's the preemptive go away! Saka dealing a lot of damage, but will fall to the hands of Beloy with the execute. Jana taken low, so Rizzo knocking Beloy up. Jana, 1 HP, but Max jumps in onto Chidera, finds it now, no Shadow Kill to follow through, but the Quad Shadow comes in clutch, and the taunt will lock Chidera down. It's a 4-0. Jana recalls, and it might just be, a free Lord over to BTR.
The Red Robots programmed to win, and take a look at that. Bigetron Alpha, clean execution, great lead by Key, and it's just GG from that fight, right? A boy taken down early. GEEK SLATE without marksman, they're just vulnerable. After 1 main damage dealer taken down, it's just cruising after that fact. And with this Lord, take a look at the gold lead now. It's 3,000. They doubled their gold lead.
Double the gold lead, and they do that by keeping GEEK SLATE guessing what's going to happen. And before they know it, they are the ones that get engaged on. And if you look at the spacing, the positioning from Bigetron Alpha, they don't really clump up together too much unless they're forced to. And that means that a boy and Chidera, as well as Luke, all of these heroes require their opponents to group together for maximum efficiency. And the bot side seems like GEEK SLATE is chasing for a kill again, but will that be enough?
Questionable move here. GEEK SLATE, they needed to take care of the Lord top side here. Perhaps they're looking for a quick kill bot side, but they did not achieve it mid side though.
Yeah, Max gonna be punished down. That's the kill over, but that's gonna be Beloy falling as well. Boy, popping the black shoes. Bigetron Alpha Max, a bit too aggressive. Once again, punished by GEEK SLATE. They need to be very careful here. Max is an assassin. He can't be the one jumping in first.
Especially when you have a lot of crowd control, right? With Luke, with Jana as well. Perhaps that divine judgment comes into play from the IMU. So, yeah, you're right. Max can't really bait out information, but that Lord, what do you think? What do you think? Lord push, not too beneficial here for side of the Red Robots.
Not at all. They're trying to control the waves and push together, but I think all the waves went down the lane one by one, so GEEK SLATE were able to rotate around, and with Max getting taken out there, he just had the window of numbers advantage they can use to try and clear out that Lord. So Bigetron right now are still, the aggressors still looking for a chance, but also, of course, they have to be very careful still. So it's the 12-minute mark where, in theory, GEEK SLATE are the strongest right now. From here on, it's always going to be a downward spiral for GEEK SLATE and their power in the late game.
GEEK SLATE though, still here looking for the bold play, perhaps from Luke. He has the flicker. Let's see, Bigetron strong with main 5 here, set up again, they're ready. All spells are up for both teams here. Beloyski will be up very soon, execute, but yeah, looking at the ultimates, looking at the spells, they're definitely ready for the 5v5, so it's just a matter of the setup here. 30 seconds to the next Lord, perhaps that will be the fight that they're looking for.
Take note of the level difference though between Max and Jana Cutie. Usually Baxia is the hero that can just farm so quick with the huge clear and get a level advantage and get dominance in the neutral objective take. But Max now actually is the one with the level advantage, so it just shows how much more proactive Bigetron Alpha has been around the map, trying to secure as much of a lead as possible. And if Jana Cutie hasn't equalized that difference, it's going to be very difficult for them to contest this next upcoming Lord, which might just be the final Lord needed for Bigetron Alpha to make their counter-attack begin and go for the end against GEEK SLATE.
Okay, he's looking for a play here, gets spotted out, canceling out that conceal. Meanwhile, down below, I think Bigetron Alpha have info now that Chidera has stolen that that divine judgment with his IMU.
Okay, another reset here, Lord Dance. It's an enhanced Lord here, so yeah, both teams, they really need to be careful. Bigetron Alpha, gold lead, yeah, still, they need to be cautious here at the setup. Again, particularly here from Beloyski, which of course he is trying to find an angle to look for Saken, if not Moreno. Let's see here the angle he took. Far left, far right, rather.
Take a look at the opposite side of the map though. That wave is pushing in favor of GEEK SLATE, so they have no problems waiting around here. Bigetron Alpha are the ones who have to try and make something happen or try and clear that lane, but look at the play!
They spotted Beloyski right now. Max jumps in with the shadow kill, but that's going to be Beloy who finds a kill back. Luke now caught in the midst of it. Oh, jumps in with the stun! Onto Moreno! Saken moving forward with the nature. Why would he dash forward? He gets punished by Luke and the members of GEEK SLATE. Bigetron Alpha losing in this team fight 2 for 1.
Oh my god, it was looking good for Bigetron in the early phase, but what happened there? A slight overcommitment move from Saken, and he gets taken down. With that, of course, GEEK SLATE will take momentum, take the Lord, and take a look at mid-side though, but boy,
should be dead here. That's the high and dry doing work, but again, Bigetron Alpha's 2K gold lead gone with a single fight.
Yeah,
that was unfortunate. All the fights that where Bigetron Alpha was able to actually win decisively was on the back of Key getting an amazing pickoff. They start the fight with a 5-4 advantage. That particular fight is the exact opposite. They lost one member first, and they went to continue the fight 4 against 5, and it's just not enough. This is the mid-game point. Well, the tail end of the mid-game point, which means that GEEK SLATE still has a lot of burst damage, and Saken did not have enough prepared to withstand that kind of damage. And as you mentioned, Mirko, questions are in the air about the positioning, the decisions made in the middle of that fight. He needs to play it perfect with all the threat available from GEEK SLATE. Only takes one misstep for all the burst damage, the Natalia, the Valentina, to completely burst him down.
For the airstrike once again on the Jana with the Athena popped in. Bigetron Alpha still able to defend right here in that top side. The gold lead still gone though. Key with the conceal looking for a boy. Needs to be careful here. Needs to be very, very careful. He has the flicker now just up Unfortunately for him, doesn't have it there, but Beloy is the literal win condition for GEEK SLATE. I think even after the roster change, even with a boy joining in this lineup, it's still Beloy. If Beloy does well, the team does well. If Beloy doesn't do well, the team falters too.
The mid side here though, Bigetron Alpha, they're still able to defend that tier 1 important anchor, right? GEEK SLATE, even though they got the Lord, funnily enough, they aren't able to secure that mid side. So questionable, I guess, their prior were and elsewhere. But if we're talking about situation now, it's equal, Arashi.
It is equal, and in that siege, right, talking about the turrets, Bigetron Alpha does have a lot more clear with the Melissa and the Farsa. So GEEK SLATE, what they have to try and do is, if they have the Lord or a wave advantage, they must go for a fight or go for a big turret dive to ensure that the wave does not get cleared out. Because in the rage department, like we mentioned, in the late game in particular, they are severely outranged, and this just means that now it's back to this game of cat and mouse. Bigetron Alpha trying to play as safe as possible, push as many waves as possible, and GEEK SLATE trying to catch them off guard, trying to somehow find a pick-off and potentially go for a snowball play, getting a member advantage, and maybe using that momentum, right? Using that numbers advantage to keep cycling the death timers and going for the end, similar to how we see several times in yesterday's matches.
Another brilliant performance here by Key. I suppose 1-2-12 on a Kaja, providing cover and as well as initiation, just knows when to provide each department very, very well now. Take a look at his positioning here, opening up vision, providing that extra space. Let's see though, will he be able to perform in this Lord dance here with Flicker and as well as Divine Judgment in play. Let's see who will he catch as GEEK SLATE top side still slowly pushing here. It seems like Jana is already ready to battle these Retribution, but Bigetron, okay, reset the Lord.
Just waiting for the right opportunity. They're left Max in the top side of the map there, try and go for a 1v1. He is showing right now, this means that GEEK SLATE can make a move. They have the cash, they have the mobility, so Bigetron needs to read into it, but they're going coming for the Lord.
Oh, they pull the trigger right now, so Rizzo is going to be able to actually jump onto Luke. That's one kill on the board, but it's the secure for GEEK SLATE. It's an evolved Lord here in the 18th minute. Bigetron Alpha, Max was all the way in the top lane, so again, good punish by GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, the second Max shows in the top side is just all in, and they just push the trigger, they pull the trigger and push the gas, and it's a 5v4 fight. They got the Lord without Retribution, so it's just GG's. Item-wise here, what do you think?
Athena shield completed for Saken. This is going to be a bit more durable considering that a lot of magical burst damage is available on the side of GEEK SLATE. This does mean though that Beloyski will be the one that has to try and find that window to try and burst him down. But he does have the Wind of Nature, I believe, and Moreno has the Glowing Wand, so trying to give a bit more burst damage, a bit more max HP damage, considering that the members of GEEK SLATE are also beefy in the front line.
Rizzo trying to tank in the front line, trying to be that zoner. Key gonna be chunked pretty low. Boy, forced to pop that Black Fuse as that is the damage coming out from Saken with the Golden Staff Corrosion side combo. As we expect, it's still the Evolved Lord cleared out in a way where GEEK SLATE weren't really able to really fully capitalize utilizing the Lord at all, right? It got cleared out way too fast with the high ground pressure that Bigetron had. Not even the tier 2 in the mid fell.
They just recognize the potential for Bigetron Alpha to counter-engage on them, which is why that, especially in the base turret situation, right? They just don't have it. They don't think that they have enough of a lead to just jump in right there and trying to go for a big 5v5. So if they get the Lord, the best they can do is let it crash and do that much damage. But afterwards, with the range limitations, without the high ground, it's just back to this Lord dance situation where they have to just try and use the macro game as good as possible and try and secure yet another Lord, which is why the late game becomes so brutal, because this is all they can really do. Well, whereas Bigetron Alpha, if they find a single good pickup or a single good fight, they have way more options on the table. One single fight here could be what Bigetron Alpha needs to try and just end the game directly.
And also, right, do note that Moreno is on a magic worship. He opted for that glowing wand as well. So extra damage over time adds combined with that magic worship. insta burst towards a boy without black shoes, or perhaps Beloyski.
And he's also building towards a winner truncheon, right? So
You
if
know.
he does get this winner truncheon by the time, well, before the next team fight starts, Beloy's going to have a lot of trouble jumping into that
Very
back
hard.
line.
Saken with the go away, Moreno with the winner's truncheon. No clear target except for that Max. But then again, Max can just
There you
escape
go.
with the
Winner.
shadow kill.
The winner's done. It's built up.
Exactly.
I feel like
Exactly.
eventually, though, there's going to be an adjustment from Bigetron Alpha to try and use a bulk of their ultimates and battle spells defensively instead, because we've seen that Sakan is for sure the main target for GEEK SLATE, and he has not been able to survive in these big fights. So if they use Sorizo or perhaps Key defensively, right, using their spells to try and peel for Saken, maybe they can find a bit more success, because of course in this late stage of the game, they are relying heavily on the Melissa damage DPS to every single member of GEEK SLATE with the AoE to try and get a decisive win in the late game. Now with the Lord pushing, and with the wave in the bot side pushing in favor of GEEK SLATE yet again though, we'll have to see. Bigetron Alpha goes for the trap maneuver again. Max is showing GEEK SLATE can go for the exact same maneuver.
Man, that show right now, that's going to be Luke jumping in onto the other members. The go-away will be placed with the winning nature as well. Luke going to be treaded down in that bottom or the back line. Max looking for the steal, but will not be able to find it. The shadow kill is there, but Chidera is waiting for the Divine Judgment. He does not get it. He actually pops the Divine Judgment there, but I guess Max was fast enough to pop into the quad shadow to cancel it? Didn't know that was an interaction.
Again, a similar story though, right? Same as the first Lord take, where GEEK SLATE, they managed to get the Lord but lost Luke in the process. Now, will we see now, will GEEK SLATE get any benefit with this Lord push?
Oh, GEEK needs to be very careful here. One-man disadvantage, and they don't have a frontliner. But the airstrike, okay, not really in range just yet. Saken to be able to pop that black shoes. Jana looking for a re-engage here. Look at Beloy, all the way, flanking all the way.
Oh my God.
He's looking for a sandwich maneuver here. He might be caught by Max, and just like that, he is going to be, caught in the vision. Saken now having the immortality, going to be able to dish out the damage right now as he pops in to go over. The back line is going to be obliterated by the side of Beloy. Saken now running away, still trying to sustain. Max losing immortality, now buys in the winner, but will not have the proper timing to get back up. He will fall as he flickers out to safety. Sorizo in the midst of it all, gonna be shredded down. Chidera picks up a triple, picks up a maniac. No, it's Beloy who takes it from him, and it's a wipeout, 1-1 in game number 2.
Say hello to game 3. Wow, what a performance from the Geeks. What a response there. Beloyski. Oh my goodness. Season 11. A lot of 1-to-1s, a plethora of 1-to-1s, 2-to-1s. And we are gonna see it again in our opening match. The Geeks, there you go, Matt. Giving a smile here.
Rodrigo as well.
Oh my goodness.
We gave them no chance at all in the late game, but they proved us wrong, man. With the maneuvers, with the split push, with the cutoffs, the flanks in the back line, they were just able to completely disassemble the composition, the formation of Bigetron, and get that decisive victory because they do have the Lord on their backs. What a performance from GEEK, showing again that in the right situations, with the right execution, sometimes logically speaking, it doesn't even matter if you don't have that late game.
Doesn't matter, right? I mean, again, wow. You said that GEEK, they were the ones who need to be careful because it was a 4v5, but it was actually Bigetron. They needed to retreat. They needed just to fall back to have a proper defense there. And credit to Beloyski looking for that angle, flanking angle there to, again, just provide that extra damage that he can do, provide the extra silence as well. And it's just GG's. GEEK SLATE equalizing in game 2.
Like I said,
they overcommitted to the Lord defense.
They underestimated that Lord pressure.
They felt like it's a late game. They have all the resources available.
Wow.
They want to try and take out the Lord before the waves start pushing in favor of GEEK SLATE again. But that's exactly what GEEK SLATE used against them.
Wow, the Geeks have a say in our second game, and it's just GG. What a performance! What a series, right? Woo! Opening match already, full 3 games, and I can't wait to see the game 3.
let this be known. Evolved Lord, right? It gives everybody damage reduction around that Evolved Lord. So again, do not fight around the Evolved Lord. The 4v5 turns out to be a 5v5 with the Evolved Lord. They try to clear it out. They try to bait a fight, but in the end, they were just poked down. Smart maneuvers by GEEK SLATE. Then you saw the incredible flank by Beloy, pinning them down and forcing them to really commit, because even if they fall back, they're going to be chunked. Beloy has an execute there. Saken pops in to go away. He actually had the immortality there, so I think he sold one of his items. I think the boots, and it really costed him, man. Wind of Nature, Athena, and then also the immortality. 3 defensive items, only 3 offensive items. He didn't have the Melfic Roar, which is honestly, as a Melissa player, a very crucial item to have against that many frontliners. You're not a carry.
Well, like we saw in that fight, again and again, he was doing a lot of damage instances, but not a lot of damage overall. And I think it's due to the lack of that physical damage penetration. And that is what allows the whole team of GEEK to just bully him and completely overrun the formation of Bigetron Alpha, and they have no solution to try and stop them, right? They have the Fredrin at most to try and stop everyone with a taunt, but even then, once that's being used, nothing else. Even Key was on a Kaja, right? Not exactly a huge team fight kind of hero, so he was unable to try and stop everyone at the same time. One of them may be with a Divine Judgment, but overall, if all 5 jump at the same time, he cannot save his backline members. You take a look at the items right here. Beloyski, like you mentioned, Mirko, when he does well, his team does well. And in that final fight, he completely one-shot Moreno. Didn't even allow him to use the Winter Truncheon. So this shows again how dangerous Natalia is, and how maybe it's better to go for a bit more defensive items as a mage here. Because if you get one-shot that quickly and you can't use the Winter Truncheon, then what's the point?
What's crazy is Natalia, you expect an assassin to fall off, but Natalia actually doesn't fall off. Her damage still stays in the later stage of the game. She's still able to one-shot almost any of the squishy targets, and that's how you saw Natalia. That's how you see Beloy play the Natalia. It's okay if he dies 5 times, 6 times, even 10 times.
You know why?
Why?
Because only one member from the side of Bigetron builds that anti-Cuirass, so that Dreadnought armor plays a huge factor in negating that the Natalia potential, but only one member from their side built that understands, respect the potential from Natalia. So that's why you can also see the damage from Natalia even after minute 12, still there. No respect for the Natalia, and Beloyski shines in that area.
And keep in mind, if you take a look at the items for a boy earlier, he has the Athena shield, and he sold one of his damage items to try and just get a bit more survivability, because they all understand, right? What's the win condition? In that late stage of the game, it's not about just fighting the whole team, right? If they treat a single member or even 2 members on their roster, GEEK SLATE I mean, for Saken on the Melissa, that also means that they have already an overwhelming advantage, because the rest of the roster are frontline members, tank members, and they just need that DPS to try and really get ahead right there. If you take a look at the stats, it's a very, very close game, but the rich guy, it's going to be Max, who was doing a lot of split pushes, but it also cost his team a lot of the lore takes. And the carry is Moreno on the Farsa, but like we mentioned, all across the game, they were doing so well. It only took one big fight because they let the game get so deep into the late game.
I think this is a very rare case of over-respect, Rashi. Honestly, I'm still thinking about that Melissa build, and you mentioned before the match started, Saken maybe in terms of his itemization, it's a very intelligent itemization that he always brings to the table. But here, again, I think he overthought it for sure, man. I mean, come on. You gotta understand
he was in panic mode, perhaps, bro.
I don't know, man. I just feel like, again, overthinking it and over-respecting. Again, you need to understand as a marksman, this is why positioning really matters. Staying in the back instead of just building full tank, because anyone can just, why not just be a tank?
I think they can coordinate as well, right? If they want to go for maybe one, if they want to maybe watch out for Beloyski, right? Build a Wind of Nature, and then as far as magical damage, maybe they can use Key to stop Shadera from diving into the back line. Something of that nature, right? Coordinate with your team so that you don't have to build everything and take the burden of the defensive duties on yourself.
Well, on that note, let's take a look at the gold curve here.
Back at it again.
Different story from game 1, whereas game 1 it was a straightforward for side of Bigetron Alpha, but now it's just more of a Bigetron game.
I can't help but feel like these huge swings in gold are all happened during the Lord take. So I think Bigetron, they have to try and find a different playbook here. Because they kept going for the trap, right? They sent Key and Max to the other side of the map to try and get the rotator, the XP lane rotating to the far side of the map. But against this comp in particular, that is exactly what they want. They just go all in for the objective. So they have to try and adapt, and they can't stick to the same game plan if they see that their opponent is calling them on their bluff.
We've been mentioning a lot of Saken, but I think looking at the gold curve, it's very evident that Max has just played a very big role as to the neutral objectives going to the favor of GEEK SLATE, right? Jana QT obviously with an amazing call with Valoy to always melt the Lord down, but Max on the other side of the map, 2 Lords in a row, giving it away basically, trying to put in some split push pressure without any proper setup.
Well, the MVP for this game, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is going to be Beloyski on that Natalia. Is just completely lethal, man. Now you really understand why it was picked up so early on. Second pick in the first drafting phase. This is the kind of impact, the kind of pressure he can have all the way from the beginning, even till the late game. And against a proper front-to-back composition, I guess this is just the kind of impact that a really good assassin that understands positioning and flanking can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it, right? I doubt it. This is Natalia pick.
You always do, 100%. Everyone doubts him.
I thought, like, oh, Natalia early on. Of course you're going to counter that Natalia. But no. Beloyski, the mastermind, he knows the angles, he knows the blind spots. And there you go. He makes it look easy, right?
He really does.
Take a look at the heat map here. Early on, not much invades. Why? He understands. He just needs to find the right angles here, Rashi.
Well, looking at the heat map, you can also see that he does not show on the map too often, always hiding in the bushes, in the jungle, to ensure that at every single second, Bigetron Alpha is kept guessing where exactly is Beloy. Is he going to come out of nowhere? And when the fights get messy like this, you know, you really do wonder what was the main idea. Here, of course, with Bigetron having a bit more of an advantage, they are able to actually keep their carries alive, get the advantage, get the win here, but it's only a matter of time before later on the adaptations are being made in the item builds. Of course, in the early game, they did so well withstanding the bulk of the damage coming in, but like you mentioned, Mirko, Saken goes very aggressively in the positioning, tries to compensate for that with his itemization.
Right.
It did not pay off at all in this game, and maybe in a normal game it would make sense, but especially in this game where everyone is just diving forward, where the win condition for GEEK SLATE is to take Saken out of the game at any cost possible. I think this is just a playstyle that really didn't work in favor of Bigetron Alpha's win condition, so they have to try and work around that, right? Try to do it differently, or I don't like. Discuss this, right? Talk if this is what they want to keep doing going into game number 3.
You know what? The way I see it, it should have been a Bigetron game. With the Melissa, they got the late game. It's just that one moment, that decision-making there. They should have just fall back and protect properly the Lord push. But no, they decided to clear in the top side, where of course Beloyski will find the angle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's still 1-1 between Bigetron Alpha and as well as GEEK SLATE. We're gonna take a short break. Goni Mirko and Arashi will be right back.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11. It's 1-1 now. We're between Bigetron Alpha and GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE manages to equalize in that second game and forcing Bigetron Game 3. Another full game series here. It's going to be very exciting here. What are your expectations? Of course, later. Let's see. We're going to discuss soon because still me, Gani, Mirko, and Arashi that will accompany you for this match. Now, Mirko, Bigetron, I asked you earlier yesterday, how are you feeling now? Game 3.
I think we're feeling good right here, looking at it, right? It again comes down to just little problems that they can fix really easily in a bit, right? Honestly, I think they need a bit more energy, Gani.
They need caffeine.
They need caffeine? Is that the solution? Whoa.
Where did you pull that out from? What?
Out of my pocket, right? It's Point Coffee. Of course, let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans here. That is just brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee XMPL S11. And yeah,
Mr.
you can
Gani,
enjoy it.
I got a different flavor this time. We went for the pandan. I went for palm sugar.
I got the same one. I got palm as well.
Whoa, let's try it. Let's
Wow,
try it.
don't flex, Arashi. Don't flex, all right?
How is that a flex? We have the same one.
The players, they need this to be energized as well as the caster. So let's take a sip, shall we? Let's take a sip here. All right, I love it.
Great.
I love it. I can drink this all day, every day, 365 days a week.
I don't think there are 365 days a week, Gani, but yes, 7 days a week. 365 days a year. There you go, Gani. But go ahead and check it out.
For you.
Check out the promo code Point Coffee MPL. For more information, visit at Point Coffee ID.
All right, well, let's talk about Bigetron. What happened there, Arashi? Because it seems like they were the ones who can destroy the late game. Sure, it wasn't a really late game, but they were there.
Ooh, I feel like worst case scenario, right? If their issue is just being flanked around, which it is for the most part, they could have tried and problem solved and actually pulled back into the base, because we saw that against a team that is good against frontal attacks with high ground, like the team of Bigetron Alpha in that game. If they're in the base, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Beloy to find a window to try and dive in the back line, especially with the Lord in the picture, like Mirko mentioned, providing the damage reduction. I think that is the safer bet, but they risked it. They want to make sure that they don't lose control in the lane department, because they've been playing so patient, playing on the back foot for so long. Unfortunately, it just didn't pay out. And of course, we have to talk about the Lord takes, right? Like Mirko mentioned, before the evolved Lord, maybe you can try and trade it out, go for traps in the other side of the map. But that final Lord was a bit too costly for Bigetron Alpha to let go. So I think they need to try and make a mental note right here.
Oh, they need to.
Respect.
Very right, a different approach here. Game 3, Reeve and Melissa ban out. Wow, a lot of heroes will be opened up here from the side of GEEK SLATE still, who is still going to be in that blue side though. Bigetron They will offer that Joy and 1-1 ban still. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, no changes. But okay, Geek Slate, they're saying let's ban out Glue here. Open up Claude, perhaps. Opening up Kadita, perhaps, for Beloy.
Yeah, that's all opened up for now. We'll see. Does Bigetron Alpha want to respect the Natalia, right? But because I honestly think they're going to have a better time against the Claude than a Natalia. We mentioned this so many times, but if Geek Slate wins, it's mostly with Beloy stepping up. When he performs, the whole team performs. When he steps down, the whole team steps down, and I think Bigetron Alpha goes for the proper ban this time. Proper respect towards the Natalia, but it does leave a few heroes open, and that's the Kaja for Beloy. Speaking of Natalia, hey, he plays a mean Kaja too.
Well, speaking of signature heroes, though, Key can very easily go for something like a Franco, something like a Cho. The Atlas is still available, but that requires a bit more coordination, so they might want to save an Atlas for later on. Right here, they can go for that long-range playstyle again. It worked well for them in the previous game. It was just a late-game execution, so the Farsa can still be picked up. And in the first game, it was Kaja. The Kaja won't be available. The Claude could be a very good option.
Well, let's take a look at the fun fact here. Paulo Expert previously played as a roamer for Team Gosu and went and served as an assistant coach for Brana PH, and now he's the Indo, looking for the conquer in every region as well. But take a look at Aldo here. He opted for that Valentina and Lapu pick, a very, very strong pick. Ooh. And Lapu taking it away from Luke. Insta response here. A boy with the Feramis, and there you go, Luke. Let's take the Yuzong as well.
Interesting choice here by Geek Slate, right? Picking up the Yuzong and the Feramis. These are two big ultimates again, in addition to the big ultimate that they already have, the Divine Judgment. So they're just stacking these big ultimates together. Same. You can only steal one. You only have one IMU, right? So we'll see what Bigetron Alpha goes with now. Honestly, the Claude works really well up against this composition, right? You have the mobility to dash away or to blink away from the Yuzong, and you have that AoE to melt down the Alter HP. The Claude works here, I think, for BTR. The only concern is getting suppressed by the Divine Judgment, by the Kaja, from the Kaja. So BTR, they want to pick it up here? Yes, they do.
If he goes in with the Blazing Duet and the Purify, we did see that is a solid way to try and avoid getting shut down, getting cancelled. Yeah. That is something they can still do depending on what options Geek Slate has to try and stop that Blazing Duet. Now Bigetron will try and limit the other gold laners that's available for side of Geek, including to ensure the negative matchups as well. Maybe a Brody will make another ban here. But for Geek Slate, they're just trying to limit the jungle presence to ensure that in the early game they have full control, not only in the team fight, but also in the Retribution game.
Let's see here. Will they do that, right? I mean, if we're talking about a Kai, if we're talking about Retribution, of course, the only hero that pops up into mind is going to be a Kai, that heavy spin. But Bigetron, they opt for another Fanny ban here, just like they did in Game 1, respecting the pick-off potential from Geek Slate. Remember, they already have the Kaja, so combine that with Fanny, it can be nasty. Geek Slate, what are you gonna go for here with the last ban? Just go for the Akai ban. I feel like it just makes sense.
It really does, right? Geek Slate want to force these dives with this composition, Arashi, and I think getting the Akai is a very good option. But if they do ban the Kai, then it's probably just going to be the Fredrin pick, and they're going to have to be forced to pick something like a Baxia again. Not too convinced in that kind of hero for... Oh, yeah, good Atlas, man.
Kind of Atlas instead. Sometimes for Bigetron, it's not only about getting your opponents away from you. Sometimes you want to just let them get close and then destroy them. That is something they can do with this composition. And Atlas can set up for a great Blazing Duet and a Bravest Fighter coming in from Sorizo as well. So now for Bigetron, the question is, what will they play in the jungle right here? Knowing that there's a lot of suppression, the Grok is a possibility, but more likely that it's going to go to the roam position here.
I mean, Game 1, right? Key, a splendid Grok here, perhaps. He is very effective in this Grok as well, so a very good hero, but then again, can be flexed. So it's still up in the air, but 80-20, It's going to be in that roamer position. And Geek Slate, though. Fredrin, remember the pattern. Remember the pattern. Game 1, Geek Slate with the Fredrin lost the game. Game 2, Fredrin picked up by Bigetron, lost the game. So, if the trend continues, we got a GG here. Geek Slate can lose with the Fredrin.
Oh, you know what? You picked up the Grok, put it in the jungle, pick up a Lolita here against the Brody. Faramis, very good combination.
That is an option. I mean, the counter initiation coming in from Key, we've seen it happen again and again. And now with an extra... hang on, that's not it. It's going to be an Akai, so they're going for the more crowd control, the more sporadic way of playing these fights out. It can work, but I can't help but feel that in fights that are not clear-cut like this, we've seen that Geek Slate have a bit of an edge against Bigetron Alpha, so they're trying to play Geek Slate's game right here. It's a dangerous gamble, but it might just work.
Well, let's see which team can make the composition work as we are about to enter Game 3, Land of Dawn, again between Bigetron Alpha and Geek Slate. Remember, Geek Slate, they are struggling and securing the playoff spot as well as Bigetron Alpha looking for more points to solidify themselves in the standings. A win is an important, crucial win here. Let's see in Game 3, Land of Dawn. Here we go between Geek Slate and Bigetron Alpha.
Like you mentioned, Gani, if Bigetron loses this, they will be dropped to the 7th place in the standings.
That's a steep drop, considering that right now they're doing pretty okay, but again, the emblems, of course, a killing spree on Chidera, already hinting that he's trying to get dominance in that laning phase, and with the right interference coming in from the side lanes, from the mid lane and the jungle, that can very well be the case. Having Baloyski on this Kaja will mean that Geek Slate has a lot more ways to play around, and keep in mind that once the turtle is spawning, there's that Black Dragon form in the hands of Luke, and we know what this man can do if he is given the right tools to try and throw their opponent's formation in this array.
Okay, let's see here already. Composition-wise, I gotta lean for the side of Bigetron here. Why? Max on the Akai, that last pick, right? We talked about this. They should have just banned the Akai out.
Agreed.
But then again, with this Fredrin, let's see what will Jana be able to do. Change the gameplay, because in Game 1, he was a non-factor.
Yeah. I mean, right here, you can see Geek Slate play more around the winning lane. I think the Brody, this is where they need to put their center of attention to.
And later on, they have to make sure that they abuse the Cult Altar as well. This is one of the signature heroes for a boy, right? This Faramis, where he's able to output damage, provide utility, and still have that very amazing Cult Altar. And like we mentioned, when the fight gets dirty, when it gets really confusing and messy, the Cult Altar will be even more important. And a boy usually steps up in those critical situations for Geek Slate. So that is something they can very, very well rely on later on in the mid-game.
Again, we are now seeing here the setup, the first neutral objective. Perhaps we might see a first blood as well here. Let's see the turtle.
Luke with the Black Dragon form, zoning Max away. The Panda has to walk all the way across once again to look for a better position. Moreno has stolen away the Cult Altar, will pop it just then. Luke with Petrify and the furious dive there, but that's going to be the Divine Judgment locking him in place. Meanwhile, up top, there's a solo kill. Wow. Max jumping onto Luke with a heavy spin will mean that here it is going to be them conceding the turtle away to Geek Slate.
Perfect initiation there by the EXP laner. Luke, now, oh my god, Geek Slate, they want more.
Cerezo brought back to the team, jumps in with the Brave Spider, now onto a boy. He's going to be slain, but he has actually the flicker to get out. That's another flicker from Cerezo to respawn the flicker away. Cerezo now in the midst of it all, getting the passive as he taunts, gets taunted up. He is still able to survive for a bit, but Max gets a two-man stun, a knock-up. That's the comeback from Moreno as well. He's respawned. That's how long the fight has gone.
Bigetron Alpha.
What?
In the initial trade, in the initial exchange, they lost that trade, Arashi, but it seems like they are able to fight back.
In prolonged fights, they sure have a bit of an advantage here. Geek Slate does have a lot of rely a lot on those ultimates and that burst damage, which is why initially you saw that they had so much more success when Luke was able to just go in aggressively and shut down Saken. The question still remains right here, though. for Sakan, right? He needs to survive from this burst damage. He cannot continue to get picked off in the middle of these skirmishes if he wants to be the pillar for Bigetron Alpha to try and deal damage in the late game.
Goodness me. What the heck happened there? But now, take a look. Minute number 4. And it's the 4-3. Total kill points here with 7. So early game, very, very action-packed. But take a look at top side.
Oh, the wall charge canceled away by the Divine Judgment. Key gonna be taken down here by Jana QT. Geek Slate back at it with the gold lead as Sakan just clears it out. Beloy's looking for a play. Slow Sakan, Jana sandwiching him, but Max has rotated up top to provide the necessary backup. Sakan is gonna pop that Blazing Duet to clear the wave.
Sakan already securing that DHS here in the 4th minute. Usually though, I noticed that they secured that DHS minute number 3, so slightly behind here if we're talking about farm, but take a look at mid side. They're not gonna commit to this, but yeah, they need to focus on farm. Brody has opted for that BOD first item. Take a look at this, no shoes here, Arashi, so very, very focused on that damage build for Brody.
I think he just wants to just go aggressively, and even if he can't really outrun the damage, he can just use his second spell to try and bounce off their opponents and actually get distance that way. But currently still waiting for the next turtle. That is where Geek Slate really can pinpoint and make sure that Bigetron Alpha is in the right position for them to try and make the aggressive play on. Here is Sakan being jumped on. Beloyski pulls him back.
Divine Judgment with the wall charge as well right there to cancel out the torn apart memory. A good save by Key as Sakan gets out, but that was really well played by Beloy. Just waiting on the BMI.
Exactly, both roamers, great, well played there. I mean, with the initiation and with the cover. But take a look at the neutral objective here. Let's see.
Oh, they need to reset it right here. It's going to be Max with a heavy spin, locking him in place. The Cult Ulcer by both teams placed down by Moreno and a boy. Now Max going to be taken down very low there by the Cult Ulcer HP, but he does the same thing to Luke. Both teams disengaging. Bigetron Alpha winning in this trade.
Oh, a very important turtle take there by Max. Again, of course, you're in a Kai. You should contest on that neutral objective. Heavy spin was the reason, and this is why. If not for that Akai, a different story. The top side now.
Beloy looking for the Divine Judgment. Flickers forward, gets it in the end. Right now, Sakan jumps back in with a Blazing Duet, dealing some damage, but a torn apart memory takes Key down.
Wow.
Chidera with the crisp, clean calculation.
Oh, that's a very good exchange here. And take a look at this side. Yeah, I mean, Arashi, what can you see? What can you analyze from that earlier exchange?
I can't help but feel that Max is actually doing so much better on the utility jungler right here. Early on in the Hayabusa, yes, he was farming a Storm, but he wasn't exactly a decisive factor for the side of Bigetron Alpha. And even later on, it just allows him, it causes him to not be able to contest for the neutral objectives. Now on the Akai, he can be a lot more proactive, he can stay his ground and go for those objectives, and it's allowing Bigetron to actually have a lot more control right here. As you take a look at the talent prediction, and we get a bit of an interesting mix right here.
The Geek Slate army is growing.
It's growing. It's a zombie.
It's a zombie.
It's a zombie.
Oh, wait a minute. It's a rezo. Fighting a zombie in the mid lane. A boy gets out, though.
At this point, still, they're focusing on the farm here. Both gold laners, right? Oh my god, Beloyski.
Oh, that's a conceal no flicker, though. Sakan reads it out properly, and Moreno was there to follow it up. The reaction there, no flicker means this is why. When Kanye doesn't have flicker, it takes away a whole lot of the killing pressure.
And it's just a big game of chicken right now from both these roamers, right? At any point, they're just facing each other, waiting like, all right, what's coming first? The Wild Charge, the Divine Judgment? Because earlier, we saw that the Wild Charge was used first, but Beloy was able to wait it out and go for the engage afterwards. But now, with the turtle spawning, Geek Slate already takes full control over there, and the Black Dragon form is not even used yet.
Massive resource spent there, right? The heavy spin was utilized defensively, but Bigetron Alpha were able to find a trade. Now, in the top lane, you can see the tier 2. Wait, the tier 2 actually might be taken down. It's taken a very low HP, so honestly, not that bad of a trade. In the 8th minute of the game, Sakan has already finished that golden staff too, so looking at it, Bigetron are on their way to get that power spike.
Very good proactiveness as well. Looking for that trade, looking for that slight compensation even. And Geek Slate here, with this in mind, what do you think again, Arashi? Any particular, perhaps, movements or something that just stands out?
that GEEK SLATE has a lot more advantage to play around with right here, but they're just a bit discouraged, and they're not really daring to go into the jungle of Bigetron Alpha. Considering how much kill pressure they have, they can just go for it.
Wow, the targeting from the captain, Beloy, with the flicker on point, right onto Moreno. What a play. This man right now is Jana. Tries his best to look for the top, but Sakin jumps back onto his BMI.
Well, looking at this situation now, right, the red robots, they are utilizing their composition very well here, contesting most neutral objectives, providing funneling gold for Sakin as well. And not a fun game for Moreno, but topside.
Looking for more right now, so Riza with the stun, the wild charge as well onto Beloy. That's a called alter by a boy, but now it's gonna be the re-engage coming from Luke. The Black Dragon form, Sakin with the BMI, running away right now. As Luke is looking for some more, but the Max comes in with a heavy spin. Oh my god, a boy brings them back. Max is low, Jana with the sandwich maneuver as the Divine Judgment locks Sorizo in place for a boy to pick up the kill. Now it's GEEK SLATE back on track, but Sakin somehow still is able to find a trade.
Wow, what a response by GEEK SLATE. Perfect re-engage by Luke. Thankfully though, Max, even though he has that heavy spin, not enough time. And take a look at the timing, Arashi. Perfect timing.
The Lord just spawned right here, so Bigetron Alpha, they're trying to go for this opportunity as well, but unfortunately, it backfires, and now GEEK SLATE are the ones going for it, and it seems like Bigetron are trying to contest and try and make a fight happen.
Sakin with the Blazing Duet right there, as the Divine Judgment stolen away. The Lord does go in favor of GEEK SLATE, but Tadera finds a kill onto Key. That's going to be Bigetron and GEEK SLATE disengaging, a dub for Geek.
A very well-timed execution by GEEK SLATE. They got the Lord even though they lost Luke, but Bigetron Alpha now will not have the gold lead. Moreno now, again, he needs to step up on this Valentina. Remember, key player. Oh,
Beloy! Beloy, so good on the Kaja! You abandon Natalia and you get him the Kaja! It may be even worse for BTR as Beloy is just styling.
Oh my god, on towards the very crucial target as well, Moreno. We talked about Moreno on the Valentina, but not a fun performance here. Let's see the offense from GEEK SLATE.
You see that John is just trying to zone everyone away, and earlier we saw that at 8 minutes the gold lead wasn't too different in the carry lanes, but look at this wild charge though.
4-man, that's a wild charge onto 4. Sakin pops in a Blazing Duet, but it's only onto a boy. 1 HP all alone, a boy gonna be taken down by Sakin. 1 for 0, a boy back up, just with a passive. Luke now popping into Black Dragon form, not going to commit. They still have the gold lead. They noticed that it was only a boy caught, and it's okay.
Looking at the gold and the items right here, as I mentioned early on, the gold and the the gold lane and the mid lane didn't seem too different. But after that big fight for Bigetron Alpha, they've kind of equalized right here. And Sakin honestly has enough items to be a serious threat right now, but he needs to be a bit more flexible. He cannot rely only on going for the Blazing Duet in the back line. He needs to try and find ways to try and poke for damage and kite around the Black Dragon form like the other marksman we've seen in the MPL so far. That is how he can deal with the Yutong and afterwards save some spells, but unless Beloy just goes for it.
Moreno with a called alter clutch there. The turret will be taken down, traded in for the roamer. I think in this case, it actually might be worth it for BTR. Tier 2 for Rome?
You're right. I do see your point here. Tier 2 for Rome. They're still holding on. No clear objective on the board as well here, so they might take the fight, but take a look at GEEK SLATE
there you
again.
go. That's where it's worth for Geek.
There you go. GEEK SLATE now maintaining and as well as increasing pressure as well in that mid side. All of Tier 2 is taken down.
Keep in mind though, once GEEK SLATE is unable to actually burst key down completely, this is where Bigetron Alpha has a chance to try and counter-engage onto the initial attempt of the Divine Judgment. So that's still quite far off right now though, as we take a look at the damage dealt. A boy and Kadera definitely up there, but Sakin and Moreno aren't too far behind. So if they can stay alive and, like I said, kite around the bulk of the damage here. If you look at it, GEEK SLATE actually has quite the short range, so that is something that Bigetron Alpha can try and take advantage of, especially because if they are stuck together, that's where the AoE, the Terrify coming in from Moreno, can actually try and turn the tides of the game.
Let's see here. This setup seems like GEEK SLATE, they're more confident in gaining grabbing more grounds here in the turtle, well, Lord area, Lord pit. Rather, Bigetron Alpha still nervous, it seems like, playing in from the backside, looking for more information. Max jumps in.
Oh, pinning Jana down, but that's gonna be Luke jumping into the Black Dragon for the retribution. Goes to Jana, QT! Key petrified, the Divine Judgment connecting onto Moreno, who's able to flicker away, but a boy with a Shadow Stampede brings Max back. Saka now with Wind of Nature and the Blazing Duet. The damage is just a stun to 2 members. Chorizo going in, but Chidero flickers out of the Bravest Fighter.
Oh my
and
God.
just like that, GEEK SLATE have taken 3-4-0.
What the heck? GEEK SLATE! A boy now looking for the end here. 2 members. They're looking for the end. Max and Key, can they defend?
I don't think so, Connie. It's a disaster for Bigetron Alpha. The Divine Judgment right there. The cannon minion was cleared out. Max trying to survive. He does get out. The mid waves, though, it's coming crashing in. Moreno, 1 second up here. Max with the heavy spin, defending with his life. Moreno jumping in, but it's going to be the base wide open with the Enhanced Lord finally getting in range. Now is the defense. Will they be able to defend? It is a no. That's the answer. GEEK SLATE with a reverse sweep.
Wow! A reverse sweep by the Geeks! Baloyski and friends, they've managed to turn the series around, and Bigetron Alpha, another casualty here by the hands of Jana.
Wow, man, for the first time in such a long time, GEEK SLATE finally can locate a victory over the Red Robots. It has not happened in a long, long time. And now it's a bit of a hallmark, some proof that GEEK SLATE is no longer the same team. They have improved way too much to be considered even in the same realm like their previous selves.
They're not messing around here. Arashi, game 1 was a test, seems like, from GEEK SLATE, and what? They adapted in game 2, and they adapted again in game 3, and this is Baloyski again, proud there.
Trust me, is what he's
who's
saying.
boss. Trust me.
I don't think he's showing he's boss with his own teammates, right? I think he's just saying, hey, man, trust me. They left the Kaja open. It's GG.
I'm gonna perform.
I'm gonna perform.
Game 2, Natalia
I'm Baloyski.
I'm Baloyski. Oi, Baloy.
Oi, Baloy. M3 grand finalist.
Wow.
Like we mentioned, man, this team just does so much better when Baloyski gets his comfort pick and a boy can get involved in dictating the action. We see it in game number 2, the Natalia and the Valentina, and we see it again here in, Natalia and the Lilia, and now with the Kaja as well as that Faramis, right? The signature hero for a boy.
Let's dissect it more after the interview here. Arashi, Bude Clara Mongsar, and the whole GEEK SLATE team take the stage for a very special interview. Okay, let's see who will. Bude Clara interview. Bude Clara, Octavia rather.
GEEK SLATE, wow. Banget pendukungnya. Senang banget ya kalian pasti hari ini memenangkan pasti di match pertama kita. Mungkin sebelumnya kita bertanya, how's your feeling everybody winning this match?
So good, the feeling.
So good, Ban? So good. Gimana perasaan kalian memenangkan match ini? Senang.
Match ini buat Mateo.
Buat Matthew?
Mateo.
Oke, nah gimana perasaannya? Perasaannya, iya, what's your feeling about this match? How's your feeling?
We dedicate this win for Mateo.
Alright, gimana boy?
Senang sih soalnya pertama kali kan menang lawan Bigetron.
Wow, senang banget. Kak Dera?
Sama sih kayak yang lain.
Senang banget ya, akhirnya kalian bisa mematahkan pastinya lose streak kalian ya. Akhirnya bisa mematahkan, pastinya kalian kan sudah menyiapkan strategi khusus. Mungkin ada yang mau share kali di sini, ada strategi khusus nggak pokoknya di match ini yang kalian lakukan untuk bisa mematahkan lose streak kalian tadi? Boleh ada yang jawab? Silakan. Ada strategi khususnya nggak?
Ada.
Apa tuh?
Jampi-jampi dari Mateo.
Oh, lakuin buat Mateo. Wow. Baiklah. Dan tapi kan kalau kita lihat tadi ya, ini game pertama cukup agak tergapai-gapai ya. Tersusah-susah banget nih. Kenapa? Coba game satu ini agak susah. Mungkin boleh Boy boleh jawab atau Kadera agak-agak susah nih tadi game pertama melawan Bigetron Alpha. Tadi kan game satu agak susah nih ya, agak kalian harus bertarung sangat kuat nih. Kenapa nih?
Kata Luke masih tidur kepagian.
Masih tidur kepagian. Aduh, kepagian ya. Aduh, kurang-kurang tidur memang kalau lagi MPL. Alright, nah. Kadera lagi ngomong, Kadera lagi megang mic. Kadera tadi kan lawan Saken. Saken itu kan adalah rising star dari MDL. Kira-kira gimana nih tanggapan kamu melawan Saken tadi?
Sengit sih, tadi di game 3 juga hoki-hokian bisa solo kill Saken.
Dan berhasil akhirnya ya. Di game 3 ya, keren banget pastinya. Nah, mungkin ini kan udah banyak banget yang mendukung kalian dan kalian akhirnya memecahkan ya lustrik setelah 4 kali berturut-turut ya. Dan kalian akan bertemu kembali nanti pokoknya dengan tim-tim lainnya. Ayo, di sini banyak banget yang dukung kalian, kasih pesan-pesan dong satu persatu untuk pendukung kalian. Silakan. Give support for your fans.
Thank you for the GEEK SLATE fans for supporting us. And thank you for the GEEK SLATE management, Boss Kit, Mas Fitri, Bang Doni. Shout out to my girlfriend.
For your girlfriend. Okay, Baloy.
Thank you, Geek Pam, for supporting us. I hope next week you're still there. And for all the fans from Philippines and my family, my girlfriend, thank you for supporting me.
Sudah ada my girlfriend semua di sini. Look. Girlfriend juga nih. Tim Biscuit, oke langsung. Aboy. Oke. Ayo langsung kasih tahu pesan-pesannya.
Terima kasih untuk yang dukung, tetap dukung untuk week-week selanjutnya aja sampai playoff.
Kadera dikit, ayo sekalian. Pakai bahasa Madura tuh. Cak benar. Coba pakai bahasa Maduranya mana?
Kebai GEEK SLATE saya datang langsung in stage and kebai rank tua saya selalu nyokong kok.
Translatan di bawah ya, kayak bahasa Filipina ya. Translatan ada di bawah. Oke, itu dia tadi dia. Artinya apa tuh? Artinya apa?
Artinya makasih buat GEEK SLATE yang udah datang langsung ke stage, sama makasih juga ke orang tua yang selalu dukung.
Wow, pakai situasinya terima kasih banyak yang diberikan oleh GEEK SLATE untuk para pendukung yang selalu mendukung mereka di MPL Indonesia, khususnya di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Untuk ini kita akan melihat bagaimana breakdown dari match ini. Silakan analis segmen kita.
My apologies. My apologies. It wasn't Bude Clara.
Yes.
It was Audi, Octavia.
Audi.
It was Audi and the GEEK SLATE members. Thank you so much for that interview.
Thank you.
But my goodness, first match already full of best of threes. We're gonna have 3 more matches here.
All best of threes. If it's not full games, I don't want it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home. But yeah, all 8 teams will battle it out today, right? All 8 teams. 2 teams done. GEEK SLATE, what happened in game 3, Arashi?
Beloyski happened.
Beloyski on Kaja. It's Beloys Kaja.
It's Beloyski on Kaja and a boy on the Faramis, right? It's the perfect combination. Both members having all the tools they want. Beloyski with a dynamic engage and a boy with the damage, the utility, as well as the cult altar that he's just so adept at using. And overall, it just means it's a great combination. It can put a lot of pressure, and even King Max himself, Mirko, he starts faltering in the retribution department due to all the pressure coming in from everyone on the side of GEEK SLATE. So it just shows again that it's never really a one-man show, right? The whole team needs to contribute to get the best version of themselves, and I think we saw that for GEEK SLATE.
Moreno committed one too many sins, Gani. He got caught in the Divine Judgment way too many times.
Exactly, Moreno on Valentina. Remember, it was his highlight hero as well. pre-match, but underperforms. And one thing here, Miracle, I gotta ask you.
One thing.
Yesterday, you said
Yes.
that it was no cure.
Yeah.
Was the problem in that EXP?
Exactly.
Now, Sorizo, same.
Good impact though. So Rizzo played really
Differently,
well.
sure. But what happened then? Okay.
I think the problem for BTR is when someone pops off, someone steps down.
There you go, Rashi. Now walk us through.
It's a complicated situation here, and I believe this is game number. This is the game where they were just able to mitigate a lot of the early game aggression, and Voloisky is just lethal in identifying opportunities. And it's a bit of deja vu from game number 2 right here, where Bigetron get cut off from their base, and GEEK SLATE, they're just really so good at understanding when they're winning and when they're losing, and when they feel like they have the victory, when they are stronger overall, we have no issue at all just completely committing to a 5-man cutoff like that. And slowly but surely, Chidera on this Brody, man, is just so deadly.
Look at him here.
And so tactful in the usage of his spells. He tries to stun and stop Saken here, but it does not work enough.
Oh,
and once he comes back, the Battle Mirror image, the punishment from the rest of GEEK SLATE is there. That's why we were talking about how on the Claude, you can't just go in for the Blazing Duet. You need to know how to maneuver around, how to poke in and out.
Wow.
And kite with the Battle Mirror image, man. Otherwise, they just wait for you to come in and punish you once you pop out.
I'm just worried about Bigetron's memories.
Why?
Because Chidera tore it apart.
That in the chat, spam in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, 2-1, done. Wow, what an intense opening match of the day.
The Geeks took down the robots, just like in real life. The Geeks, they learn computer science. They can decode the robots.
Meanwhile, the robots
they just glitched out.
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
got self-destructed because of this man right here. Chidera.
The MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. 0 deaths in this game, and very aggressively going for no boots, going for the BOD directly, and the Malefic Roar. We were talking during the interview a bit, and as Mirko mentioned, I believe 100% win rate on this Brody. Chidera is just something else, man. He really understands the limits and how to be creative with this hero right here. Just playing it aggressively when he needs to, and even when he's jumped on, he just knows how to kite back around it. Yeah, it's so flexible. But let's take a look at the mic check.
Bantai orangnya dulu aja, Golti, men.
Golti. Mati. Nice, Bang.
Gua bisa masuk, men.
Ulti ya.
Timur. Dapat gua, bisa mati yang.
Aman, gua aman. Gas.
Golti. Lampu di sini ya.
Lampu di gua.
Target.
Lampu lagi ulti.
Target
lampu.
Oh, EV-nya nggak bisa war. Lampu.
Aman, gua aman.
Fredin. Rata, kalem. Targetnya Fredin. Bisa guys. 20.
Mati EV. Lihat EV ya.
Gua EV ya. Lock.
Gua mati.
Kaja!
I stun.
Dek aja! Red, Melissa guys!
I cancel.
Ulti.
Melissa half!
Die. Nice.
Melissa left.
Stella ulti. Watch mark.
This.
Wait, Mark. I wait my timing, Mark.
I will back up him up.
Mati. Melissa.
Mati! Melissa mati! Haya!
I will stun. Mati.
Kaja!
We can end.
Rata, woi!
Otak.
Woi, kotak!
Bang, ratain dong.
Woi, kotak! Nice, guys!
Hey, we can go. Guys, lihat.
I have ulti.
I turn.
We can lord.
Woi! Kotak!
Lord.
Yeah. Just Lord.
Lord.
Nice.
I stun, group!
Hey, Ken.
Hey, group!
Yeah.
Balen.
Hey, balan!
Flicker.
I turn.
Hey, balan! I stun, Claude!
Edis.
Mati. Nice.
Lapu.
I stun!
Lapu. We can.
Ngapain, woi?
Edis. This.
Tower.
Woi!
Tower dong.
Tower, Roy.
Tower dong.
Aman.
Honestly, I don't know what Jana is on, but I want some of it, bro. What
I love it.
Or the passion, the intensity that this guy brings into the table. I feel like it just it increases the morale. It elevates the morale of the team.
Man.
Definitely plays with his confidence.
What does it mean, Arashi? Woi, kocak. The thing
Yeah.
he's been spamming.
It's like, yo, that's hilarious. What a joke.
What a joke.
Essentially. He's just saying that, like,
wow.
What you guys doing?
Jana.
It's hilarious. You're trying to go against us. He just destroys them. And I think that confidence plays into the retributions because he was a lot more solid today.
Yeah.
A big critique about Jana Cutie is that his mechanics and positioning is great, but his retributions is a bit lacking, but not today. The keys to success, though, is Kadera win the pressure in the gold lane in the early game. Kadera has just shown to be so solid, especially given the right matchup. Afterwards, bait Bigetron's utility skills before setting up for the Lord, and set up they did. And even if they don't set up, they go for those pickups.
You know, Arashi, we mentioned before the game, Saken, what makes him shine as opposed to Marky? You said itemization, but then we look at Chidera's itemization and he outclasses Saken by a long shot. Did you see that? He built the Fury Hammer, 12 penetration, way less gold than fully going for the 100 strike first.
But yeah, very good points. And on that note, you can also max stream and chill. For those of you who love MLBB, MPL 2023 is also available where? Max Stream. Max Stream is an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. With Max Stream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. There's Technostorm on DGTV. There are also exclusive original content.
Like
a lot of, you know what? I don't want to say it. You have to check it out. You have to be curious. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows and watch it only on Max Stream. So you can max stream and chill with your partner, Arashi.
Well, I mean, it's a great pastime with all the options for Max Stream, so make sure you check it out, but make sure you check out the next match as well. That's incoming, and that is a great matchup as well. It's Rebellion going up against the Kings of Kings.
Rebellion taking on Kings of Kings. Next match, Connie, Mirko, and Arashi will take a short break. See you in the second match.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up. Hey, can you send me that? Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎取裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo YouGrab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo You Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti kos, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan
A cliche story where the Kings of Kings, they will try to defend their empire against the Rebels here in our second match of Week 3, Day 2. Back in the English broadcast with Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling awesome.
You're feeling awesome, and then let's thank our awesome partners and sponsors as well. MPL Indonesia Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Legally. Thank you so much. We also have official broadcast partner by Maxstream, broadcast partner by TVRI Sport, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, supported by PBESI. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Welcome back
to MPL ID. Let's talk about this, all right? The Rebels, they will try to dethrone the King of Kings, Arashi. What do you have?
What do I have?
Yeah.
Well, I have the feeling that this is gonna be a banger of a match, man.
You mean feeling as in RQ's coach?
Whoa. Maybe. We'll have to see.
Whoa.
I feel like RQ has been going very aggressively, and they have been setting up a very particular play style. But of course, the history is what is being in question right here, because when RQ go up against Rebellion, for some reason, right? Rebellion has always been successful. It's almost like the name, right? It just gives both these teams like a buff and a debuff, because they've always lost 2-0 to Rebellion. The dominant RQ every single time.
Every single time? You mean in Season 10?
Well, particularly after Wijanarko comes in replacing Bao. So with him in, he actually has a 100% win rate against RQ, which is unreal. Like, how? How is that a thing?
I mean, yeah, that is the... Oh, don't touch me, Arashi. Wow, Arashi, guess what? Can the Kingslayer displace, dethrone RRQ's position? Rebellion, mid-table, quite healthy as well here, so a win might solidify themselves in securing that playoff spot, but RRQ, they're eyeing up that half of the season champion. They need that win as well.
Definitely need that win to try to contest for the half-season champion, right? Obviously here, we're going to take a look at the star boy himself. Bigetron, the Kingslayer's proving ground.
As you can see in Season 10, it's 2-0 for both Leg 1 and Leg 2. So if right now RRQ is trying to still obtain the title of that half-season champion, they got to win the remaining 2 matches in Leg 1. And Rebellion seems to be the biggest obstacle, because if they're good enough last season, we are seeing that they've improved so much more. They are even better this season. So the question is, have they caught up to RRQ? Has RRQ found the solution to try and shut Wijanarko down?
They need to somehow find a way to make Wijanarko not that impactful, right? I mean, he's very impactful on a Ruby. Perhaps she might show up with a Franco as well, but his glue, that's where it is very shines. It shines here in Season 11. Wijanarko on that
Wijanarko has been popping off. Ruby, glue, whatever hero you place him on, even on the Cho, when he loses, he still has a very solid impact on the team, and he has expanded his hero pool even more. Remember back in Season 10 when we were surprised? We thought, okay, this guy, he's pretty good. He can only play the support roamers though. Estes, Rafaela, that's about it. Mathilda, and then he pops out with the Ruby, and we're like, okay, sure, Ruby. He's good at the Ruby, Franco. Wait. How many heroes do you have in your arsenal, man?
Apparently too much. And speaking of signature heroes right here, on the other side, aside from roamers, the assassins from both these teams, right? Albert as well as Vincent, the new addition here. Both just very adept at playing the assassins. 2 times pick for both the Hayabusa and the Fanny, 100% win rate. It does not show out often, but when it does, it's always a treat for the MPL ID fans right here. So we have to see. With all the stakes so high right here, will they try and bring out the assassins? Because we've seen that it can work. One match that does stand out was Taz bringing out that Ling, the new Samsung Ling, real contender in Indonesia. We'll have to see if maybe today they can try and overwrite that memory from the top of our minds.
We need to see the head-to-head now very, very soon. I want to see the numbers, right? Sure, RRQ might have an advantage, but where, in which department can the Rebels exploit?
Rebellion, if you look at the stats purely, it doesn't really seem like they do have a solid lead in any statistic, but the fact that they can control the Turtle and the Lord at such a close level does mean that if they do get the ball rolling, that control can be translated into a Lord, and we've seen in the previous match how a single Lord can change the whole course of the game. So I think objectives is the way to go here for Rebellion. They have been always so adept at going for the objectives. They just have to be very careful because from RRQ, sometimes they will abandon the Lord but go for that full team wipeout. That is a signature move in their playbook that they are very fond of.
You know what? Yeah, I think they need to be very careful. But one thing that I really want to point out is
what is that?
RRQ exchanging mid laners here. Maybe, possibly, right? If they're Rembo, sure, they have the chemistry already set. But if and only if they suddenly, let's play Clay. Will that have a positive impact, or do you think that will create a negative one?
See, I think when it comes to following up, when it comes to aggression, Renbo takes it, right? By a bit against Clay, compared to Clay. Clay is very safe mid laner. He positions really well because he acts as the carry, not the facilitator. Now, Renbo, sure, back in Bigetron Alpha, you can kind of say that he played a similar role to Clay, where he plays in the back line, just dealing out damage and acting as the secondary carry for the team. But in RRQ so far, with the Feramis and the Valentina, he's been more of a facilitator, a playmaker for the team.
Well, before we take a look at the mid lane, though, let's take a look at the junglers, like we mentioned earlier. And you see a bit of a difference here. Vincent with higher hero damage and teamfight participation, higher KD as well. This might be because Albert has been playing a lot more of those utility fighters, and this kind of skews the perspective of people. They think that right now in Indonesia, Taz, Vincent, all these aggressive assassin junglers, Albert is no longer in the top of the mind for the crazy mechanics, but of course we can't stress enough that Albert is definitely still up there in terms of mechanics. They have some questions about the accuracy of his retributions, but he has a chance to prove it right here, right now. And soon, we're going to take a look at some of the clips right here, just to give you guys a refresher, a reminder of how well both these players play. And I think that there's a chance that the assassin will come out, man. With how both teams have been playing, how flexible they are. If they really want these two players to be on assassins, it's going to happen for sure. Both the coaches have been able to ensure that that's happening. And now, let's take a look at this is Vincent on that Fanny, where initially we had questions of how well can he perform on such a weird, unorthodox hero, but he was able to just pop off completely right here and just catapult his team to victory. And you can look at the dynamic nature of how he's able to use the cables. It's very flashy, and in a way that's a bit of a negative, right? It's not as efficient, but I mean, if it gets the job done, there's not much you can complain about. And considering how fast the damage comes out, this is definitely a big factor, because for RRQ, they're a team that relies a lot on their gold laner, and what best way to deal with a gold lane if not an assassin that can 100-0 him, 100% win rate in the season so far.
Yeah, I feel like RRQ, they need to be careful on that Fanny, but on the other side, Albert has something to say as well.
Here's his clip on the Ling, where he's just very clean still. He does not get the Ling pick too often, but when he does, you get reminded again why this man has the nickname of the baby alien. He is just so quick, so fast, and despite the fact that Taz has shown crazy fluidity, I think when it comes to flashy mechanics, Albert still takes the cake. And you can see that in the right situation, when he has a lead, when he thinks that his team can follow up on him, he has no issue just being the main, the first guy in the front, which is dangerous for an assassin, but Albert just finds ways to make it work. And that is on the Ling. On the Hayabusa, I mean, the main play that comes to mind is that play, Mirko, where you nearly lost your voice just yelling out his name. But he just knows when to go in, when to abuse the shadow kill as well, when there's not a lot of targets, when he can get maximum damage out of it. And afterwards, right, he just knows how to use the Crash Shadow to dodge out of damage and still allow him to output a lot of consistent damage from both the skills, the shurikens, as well as the basic attacks alike.
I mean, the main distinction between these two players is just experience, right? Albert has more experience, has also that international experience, so that he has this composure self, whereas Vincent here, it's a challenge for him against Albert. So, what do you think?
I think right now, especially considering that Albert was selected as the national team jungler for Indonesia to compete in SEA Games Cambodia 2023, it's going to be another confidence boost for him, right? It doesn't feel like Albert has been popping off as much in Season 11 here when it comes to just mechanical plays and even retribution. Because usually he's number one, he's the top. This is the guy to beat, right? Right now, he needs to climb back to the top. He's no longer at the top, but that gives him room again to improve, which is scary for such a young individual.
Speaking of trying to beat them, here's the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Look for the early game snowball within the first 5 minutes and limit Skylar's hero pool. Skylar is definitely the go-to guy to carry in the late game, and they can limit his hero pool. And because of that, maybe secure a winning matchup in the gold lane. We've seen that is the go-to for a lot of teams these days. And who can blame them? It's been very, very effective in ensuring that you have a strong mid-game to late game. Now on the other side,
the best buddies. Whoa, best buddies.
Best buddies. Very best buddies. Seems like the keys to victory for them by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. To utilize pickoffs, the pickoff specialist heroes, and prioritize Albert in the flexible hero picks. Of course, if he's on Assassin, it'll be great, but if he's on good heroes, they can just fit very well in the compositions. They can really be one of the win conditions here. The drafting phase is even more important than ever.
Well, we talked about with Janarka, we talked about the head-to-head junglers. Let's talk about the head-to-head gold laners. Here's Highs will take on Skylar. Right, Skylar, wow, spectacular performance up to this day. The split push, oh my god, it's... Woo! Still remember that exact moment. But my god, Skylar and Highs, they picked up a lot of gold. They're a gold laner, and you can also be a gold laner where? In real life. UBS Gold coming soon. Limited edition collab with MPL ID X UBS Gold. Check it out. Check the more info. So check the website, ubslifestyle.com or e-commerce, their e-commerce, UBS Lifestyle.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss this collaboration, just like you do not want to miss this matchup. The Revolution from Rebellion, the Rebels, will take on the Kings. We've seen this story before in Season 10, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you see it and who you're a fan of, Rebellion was able to take RRQ down both in Leg 1 and Leg 2.
Well, RRQ definitely has something to prove right here. And like we said, the improvements from both these teams are apparent, but I think it's a lot more contrasted for Rebellion, right? Because they are relatively new, they don't have the reputation and the fan base behind them, and yet they have proven to go up against overwhelming odds and still somehow find a way to come out on top. Today is no different. So in a way, this is exactly where they're used to being, and this is where they want to be.
Well, and on that note, let's take a look at the official team lineup, because earlier there seems to be a change in that mid lane for RRQ. Let's see, will it be confirmed? Rebellion Zion will have Suelo, Cars, Highs, Vincent, and Starboard with Janarko. Still, mainly their main five.
Well, the main five will still try and do their best right here, but like you mentioned, Bonnie, on the other side of the Line of Dawn here,
I'm gonna sniff a Clay.
We are looking at Clay. Ooh, he's back now. So this is gonna be a more calculative RRQ, logically speaking, but you know, it's RRQ. You never really know, man. Sometimes Clay does have these moments where he just pops off and goes aggressively against his perceived nature.
This team has built an empire in Indonesia. Welcome as they set a foot in their kingdom, Rex Regum Kaon.
My goodness, RRQ led by Lemon. They are trying to again defend their throne here against the Rebels. Are they able to do it now with Lemon and Clay in the fray?
You have to wait and see, man. If they adapt, they have to still contend with the adaptability and the unpredictability of their opponents right here.
The kingdom is in danger. A revolution has begun. Welcome the rebels, Rebellion Zion.
The Rebellion Zion, the Rebellion movement. Will they be able to dethrone the Kings of Kings? We are about to see here, as it is going to be the debut for Cars and Vincent going up against RRQ.
Of course, it's all led by the coaching staff right here. The brains behind the entire operation, Coach Chico and Coach Phil. Today, not having the compress, so having all the brain power required to try and outwit and outsmart the Kingdom right here. It all begins here. What's going on?
Phil with the violence, man. He did that to Adi. He kneed Adi there. He almost punched Ouija Narco. The man is getting out of control. Phil.
He knows
Hold it back.
He knows who the strongest link is. It's the Starboy with Janargo.
Starman.
Okay. But my goodness, we talked about the coaches, we talked about the players, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's talk about the phones. The phones, they're going to be using Galaxy S23 Series 5G. A very sharp, clean design, display also. And take a look at the stats here. Mr. Analyst, tell me about what this phone gives.
Gives you the fastest processor technology with 4 nanometers of Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for the Galaxy, with a RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte, with a dynamic AMOLED 2X screen. 120 refresh rates will mean that you can just make those insane fast hand plays all day, which is exactly why you see all these impressive plays happening in the MPL. Of course, with a 5000 mAh battery, you can do that for the whole day.
Okay, now you got the solution for that phone. I need to buy quota as well here. Mirko, Arashi, with that phone, check out Dunia Games. Watch your favorite team play so you can have enough more quotas watching MPL as well. How? You need to check the quota here in Dunia Games. There's a promo from Dunia Games for you. Get up to 3 gigabytes of quota every time you buy items or vouchers for ML using Telecom Cell. So hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or on the Dunia Games app.
Scan the QR code if you want the easy routes.
Below Lemon.
Right now, as we are going to take a look at RRQ. It looks like they are feeling confident right here, right? It seems like focused with Vin and Albert being selected for the national team. It has given the whole team a morale boost, a confidence boost.
Or maybe a distraction. Perhaps a distraction come into consideration here. Remember, they need to focus on 2 events, MPL ID and Select Lands. What do you think, Mr. Analyst?
Like, breaking your focus is never a good thing, and even last season, we did see a similar situation, and you can't deny that there is an effect in synergy because you're not playing with the same guys again and again, so it does struggle a little bit. But with proper planning, with a solid game plan, I do feel like the best teams, the best players, and on the top level of MPL in Indonesia can make it work still. So for RRQ, that's what I expect from them. But you know, for Rebellion, that's definitely something they can try and exploit. If they make the game's tempo that fast, maybe the lack in synergy will start showing itself again and again.
Well, enough talk, enough analysis here. Pre-match analysis, let's talk about the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase here for the side of Rebellion and RRQ for Game 1. Rebellion will have the blue side, and they will opt for a ban towards Valentina and Claude. So already a respect here for Skylar. Remember, last time Skylar was on a Claude, he was able to end the game by split pushing. RRQ, though, responding with a Prio ban in 1-1 and Yves. And Harashi, I gotta ask you very quick. Rebellion Zion, you favored them yesterday. RRQ, you were a fan. So right now, which team are you biased more towards?
They're saying there's a conflict of interest here in the mind of Arashi. I've always been a fan of RRQ, so I think that much is obvious. Although, I wouldn't mind a close competitive game. So that's all I'm going to say on that matter. But now, for Rebellion, the final ban will be the Kaja, so they're limiting the playmaking from RRQ, because now, with Lemon in the picture, it really seems like if you're focused too much on Vin, that's exactly where Lemon will just completely take over the game. We've seen it before, so Rebellion will definitely have countermeasures in place to avoid that outcome.
Well, in that sense, right, Rebellion, even though they have the first pick, they are still opting for that Kaja ban, and there you go, it's clear. That's why, yeah, he wants the glue It's a flex, but you're right. It's open.
And me.
It is going to be picked up here. Maybe it's a bait. Maybe they want RRQ to pick up the Fairness, but they also pick up a Fredrin. Now, Hero, it can still be flex, but knowing Lemon and knowing Albert, it should just be going to the jungle.
80-20, yeah?
Now, fun fact, right? The Fredrin is sitting at a very bad win rate. Even in the match we saw before, 2 games it was picked up. Game 1 and 2, Fredrin lost. Game 3, they were able to finally break that lose streak for Fredrin, but still a very iffy hero.
Very. Take a look at the response here. Melissa here. What do you think of this here? Melissa, the gold lane, going up against the Faramis in the roam, perhaps? Or mid lane? What do you think?
Faramis, I think, would go in the mid lane. That's the main assumption right now. Having a Faramis as your roamer, at this point in the current meta, I think it's a bit too unreliable. Your engages are so telegraphed, it takes so long for you to arrive, and then it just makes your roamer pretty passive in the roaming situation. Now, with a Farsa though, it does seem like that will be exactly the case. And with this trio, right, the Faramis, Fredrin, and Farsa. This is a trio we haven't seen for a long time, but that is a lot of crowd control and burst damage. But Rebellion already has the crowd control immunity in that Martis, so maybe the jungle situation will not be as difficult.
Well, you know what's interesting here is RRQ. They do not opt for a mage ban here in the second phase. They opt for a Grok. So saying, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to ban out Lily. I'm not going to ban on Lunox here. So let me just prioritize the hero that can engage the hero from their composition.
I think it's a good move by RRQ, right? Grok is a very flexible pick that Rebellion Zion have flexed many times before, so taking it away is a solid option. Now, Rebellion doing the same thing now towards Skylar, but RRQ, I think they can completely ignore the mages at this point. They've already banned out the Heave earlier on. Rebellion have banned out the Valentina, so not a lot of heroes opened up. Maybe if they really want to respect Rebellion, go for the Lunox ban, right? Force Sway low on a less playmaking hero, but it's still just going to be the Arlet. Again, another hero that technically can dive and can prove to be dangerous, to be a threat towards this kind of composition. Jonathan Liandi, though.
Jonathan Liandi has something to say. RQ still has a bad play, misplayed multiple times, but they are starting to connect with what Lemon is doing. Yeah, it's evidence as well, but remember, Mirko, Cars was a beast on that Arlet, so RRQ showing respect on that fact as well. Rebellion, will they commit to another gold laner here, Rashi?
They ban one more gold laner, it's just going full all in to try and deny Skylar. It can't work out, but I feel like that's a bit too much. Terry is banned out, so the Brody is still available, and if you look at the composition, it's something that can still fit in, right? It can set up for the Predator airstrikes. The Beatrix, though, as you mentioned, Mirko, is still open. So if they want to contest the speed, the rotations in the early game, having the kind of wave clear is going to be very, very beneficial.
Wow.
But it's an Irithel. Whoa.
Oh, man. Personally, for me, I really dislike the Irithel pick. I've been very vocal in saying that the Irithel right now is in a very bad position. Late game, you don't deal as much damage as the other marksmen, and in the early game, I mean, you're okay, but against the poke, the all-in coming in from Melissa, he's going to be struggling there. But they believe that with the Farsa, with the better mid-control, they'll be able to roam across the map faster. Rebellion Zion with already that back-line threat picked up. Now for the roam. Oh, no, it's Regionarco, Glue roam.
Perhaps, you're right. Blue roam though.
Lancelot jungle. No, Martis is ready. Mage, Sway low, Lunox. It's Lunox time. No, it's Julia time.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, it's a very hit or miss hero.
I love
Everything is very combo based. If it works, it really works. But of course, if they get jumped on, if a Julian gets jumped on with his spells on cooldown, that's usually a checkmate situation. Looking at the composition though, it seems like Rebellion are setting up for a full dive-in. They don't want to back down at all. They have all they require to just go in all in the early game skirmishes, and RRQ are the ones who have to try and mitigate a bit of that aggression. So, at this point,
I'm the priestess of primal lightning.
It's going to be an Edith in the hands of Lemon.
Okay, so wait, Vin, Varamis roam here. Faramis will enter the roam position here, Arashi. Well, there you go, Faramis and Farsa duet in the Land of Dawn. And take a look at the audience prediction. The Kings of Kings still outvoting the Rebellion.
Well, it's called a Rebellion for a reason, right? the status quo is that RRQ will come out on top. This is why this matchup has so much riding on it, because Rebellion, they are always the ones on the bottom, but they always come out on top somehow, some way. Now with the drafts right in, I do feel like the aggression is going to be in the hands of Rebellion, but RRQ have tools available to try and mitigate that for now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness Game 1 of RRQ and Rebellion Zion. Let's see who will strike first in this best of 3. The heroes has been set. The map has been set. Land of Dawn, here we go. Show your support here. Are you Team RRQ or are you Team Rebellion Zion? Let's just quickly jump to the Land of Dawn.
Ooh, early on, we see Wijanarko on this roaming blue. We've seen it only once, I believe, at least the one I can remember, and it's always been a very annoying presence, usually in the XP lane, but in the roaming position. He just goes all around the place. Viren has been forced to flicker quite early right here, and the wave clear department, for once, the Farsa is not winning, so the level 2 roam is going to be in the hands of Rebellion first.
Very underrated pick, right? The Julian. In ranked, it's very popular, but here in the MPL, we haven't really seen it that much. And right now, Rebellion with the Julian. Honestly, mid-control is pretty good for the Julian. By the way, go and support our national team, ladies and gentlemen. We've already selected the roster that will represent Indonesia for the national team in SEA Games 2023. It's Psychots, Vin, Albert, Brands, Dreams, Sans, and Keyboy.
Oh, nasty, nasty players here for Indonesia. Man, sorry for the grunt there, but it's Yal's passion.
Look at Cars though, he was actually freezing the lane, trying to deny Lemon as much as possible, especially because he does have a lot more to say in the early game, especially with Vincent just hobbling around. The bottom side though, the RFQ are trying to go for something aggressive, but this glue pick is going to shut it down.
Well, Wijanarko with a slam pass. Dealing a bit of damage, again zoning RQ away as he tries his best to just keep that minion at bay. Rebellion want to utilize this winning side. Ice needs to be careful though, just like that, the poke comes in from Skylar. And that will be the minion forced to be cleared out in the turret.
Well, it seems like top side also A-OK for both teams. I thought something was about to happen there, but seems like spell check only inspired, but take a look at the turtle tip.
There you go, Raven Spider taunted up, stunned up, Cars against the world. Albert picking up the Retribution against Vincent. That's the Earth Shatter connecting the Shadow Stampede, bringing Vincent back as Wijanarko jumps back in. But the Appraiser's Wrath from Albert.
Wow, that's lethal right there. It shows here the Kings of Kings there are merciless in their neutral objective take, but take a look at mid-side.
Uh-oh, enhanced side there from Sway Low. Not enough damage just yet. Very curious to see what Vin actually went for here early on in his itemization, because usually you would see the Julian deal so much, even early.
I think Vin definitely goes for a more defensive build, and right now it's just a bit more difficult because, oh, actually Vin gets jumped on, but better airstrike counters it back.
But interesting play right there. The slam pass combo from Wijanarko will take him down. Clay now jumping in with wings by Wing. Skylar walk it in, gunning, glue down. That's RRQ with a 2,000 gold lead, even here in the bottom lane, winning against the Melissa.
Not a good start here for Rebellion Zion, and RRQ, they're stepping in the pedal here. It seems like they are already invading here, trying to find that. Oh, take a look, Albert and Vincent, 2 levels apart.
RRQ, they're just trying to make sure that they have the advantage and they can dictate where the fight takes place right here. They have more burst damage, more crowd control, and Rebellion having Wijanarko on the glue means that he can be oppressive, but it does not mean that he can be dynamic unless he goes in like this.
Vin, that's a 3-man gank. A lot of
4-man.
No, only 1 with ultimates used actually with Sway Low as well. But these are the 2 Jujutsu Kaisen skins that you guys can get. Right now, wait, Wijanarko with a split, gonna be slain there in the bottom lane. High, forced to run away. The Braces Wrath! Max range by Albert! He's got that national team buff as he walks under the turret, buying time for Skylar to pick up the kill. A good dive from RRQ.
Wow, Clay in this area here, in this roster, fits perfectly, right? M4 vibes indeed. And take a look at Rebellion Zion. They are begging for mercy at this point. 3,000 difference.
Totally different than Vin. Actually puts Vincent in though. The turtle is very, very low, but Vincent will not be around to contest that. A clean turtle take from RRQ, and they're using all the burst damage very, very efficiently right here. This is what their composition is designed to do, and so far, this Irrital pick might not do so well later on, but now, there's a lot of gold in the pockets of Skylar as Heist gets denied yet again.
Again, a very, very one-sided early game here, I must say. 4,000 gold lead, almost 4,000 gold lead in the first 5 minutes. Rebellion Zion, they need to find with something fast. 3 levels behind here, Vincent and Albert. Oh, that's not a good start indeed. Oh, Mirko! Rebellion alone here.
Sorry, man, I'm biased towards the Jujutsu skins, man. I can't get around it, man. It's so good.
It's so good indeed. But now you can see RRQ, it's just so methodical. They have a lead, they go for the mid lane, try and dominate the skirmishes, and once they do have a solid lead, they take the action towards the gold lane, where technically they do have a stronger lane, but they're also setting up Skylar for the late game, and the Heist gets pulled back. But unfortunately, there won't be enough follow-up.
Good going right there as Heist is able to get out of the range right now. Regionarco diving into the backline right now. Skylar is able to actually pop that sprint to get out. Claim mounted by Regionarco, but will be able to disengage. Regionarco now caught that immobilization from the chains.
Seems like another reset there. Ben, I mean, he wants to initiate towards Heist there, perhaps making that go away, but take a look at this, engage.
Regionarco caught all alone against the Faramis here. You're gonna get bursted down here. It's way low, and Heist running away from Albert. He does have the Appraiser's Wrath, will choose to hold on to it for now. Comes back in, dashing in, Vin with the call, Alter, that's a 4-man dive! Swaylo with a 3-man enhanced chain! Albert taken low, but will still be able to survive. Now that's a decimate, but Vincent will be kited away. Skylar with the dive, the punish, and man, RRQ.
Goodness me, the calculation by this guy, Skylar. Arashi, what do you see?
They just calculate the dive, the tower damage so well. They juggle it between 4 members, and they just know what to do. We talked about having a roamer, a Faramis as your roamer, maybe puts you in a bit of a disadvantage because you're not quick on the engage, but they're using Albert to fill in that gap. The Fredrin is always the one going in, and Vin, for once, is playing more reactive. So Rebellion Zion can still adjust for that, but even later on, Lemon can still be a big engage tool that they can use. For now, though, the gold lane is just completely one-sided for the side of RRQ. They're gonna absolutely try and use that to gain even more, perhaps transferring that lead over to the mid lane afterwards. As we take a look at the players' gold by UBS Gold, Skylar and Albert all the way up there with Lemon as well.
I mean, 4 members of RRQ is in the top 5, right? So that shows depth. Only Vin, the roamer, is caught in the mix of the Rebellion side. So, players' gold here again. It just shows that 3 lanes are dominantly taken over by the Kings of Kings.
Keep in mind though, we saw that the gold for Clay is actually very, very low. So he's just focusing on roaming around and exerting his influence. But Heist has taken her out yet again.
That was almost a solo kill by Lemon. The man is a menace on the Edith. Vincent trying his best to actually secure his jungle camp. Will be targeted down. The taunt connects. The Earth Shatter as well. Say goodbye to Vincent. Cars, Raven Spider onto 4 members. I don't think that's the right play. Jumps in with the stun, but Albert has the Appraiser's Wrath. RRQ with an 8,000 gold lead, outclassing Rebellion Zion in every single department.
Wow, this is, I feel like another fight.
Regionarco split, snipe down. Oh, he jumps back in. We can bin back, but it's going to be canceled out. And Regionarco is all alone, taken out. Albert is godlike.
Oh my God, RRQ, as I was saying, right? Dominantly, this is the most one-sided game of this week.
It's an 8.8k gold lead at 8 minutes and 40 seconds, man. This is insane. And the pace, we said that Rebellion might try and make it messy, but RRQ, they're the ones that are succeeding at doing so. As Swalo tries to make something happen, it won't be enough though.
Whoa, almost indeed. And if we're talking about, RRQ just one-sided at this point. Might as well, let's see here the first Lord. It seems like Rebellion Zion will have 0 answer to somehow contest this first Lord.
Full control for the side of RRQ, and look at Lemon just waiting for an opportunity to try and initiate something. The vision gameplay is so good for RRQ.
It really is, man. And again, it's going to be Albert who secures it for free. There's not much that Rebellion can really do. If they want to win this game, they really have to slow it down really slow. They got to go real slow. And even then, late game, I think RRQ has a proper draft for the late game. So it's not even the best answer, right? But it's the best answer that Rebellion can go for right now. Because if they keep going for fights, it might honestly be an 11-minute game right now. That's the engage onto Bin. Doesn't pop the call ultra in time. The Decimate is going to be able to find that kill. Lemon is looking for a play.
My goodness.
Walking in with the Earth Shatter. Vincent gets out with the anti-CC. Wijanarko still standing there. Look at Ice.
Look at
no
Lemon.
damage. Lemon is just taking it. Standing there. Unbothered.
That is basically a brute force tower take from RRQ. That was the first one. They're going for the second one in the mid lane as well. So completely exerting their dominance. And you have to look at the contrast here. Clay, we talked about him being more calculated, but Sway Low, the man who usually tries to carry, he is just stuck in such a difficult situation.
Oh, Sway Low pulled back.
Oh no!
Oh, this Whitman trying to escape. Nope. Skylar says no monster kill for him. And yeah, my goodness, it's just textbook. All fundamentals here, checklist. All four from RRQ. Can they penetrate all three base turrets? Let's see.
Oh, the feather edge right now. Karns, the bravest fighter, to the back. Not really going to risk it by jumping in. Lemon with the Earth Shatter, not connecting. The stun though by Karns right now. He jumps in. The damage. That's going to be a lot of damage placed on. Vincent with the Decimate, not going to be able to find the kill. As that's a perfectly timed called Alter by Finn. Skylar with the Godlike. Now walking Wijanarko down with the damage, but it's not going to be enough to take anyone down just yet. 11,000 gold lead though, RRQ, discipline as ever, rotating down below. Enhanced Scythe popped in by Sway Low to clear out that wave, but here comes another. RRQ still sieging the base down. Albert walking in front, taunting Wijanarko up. That is the wipe. Instantly deleted. That's a roamer gone in a split second.
Wow, take a look at Clay and Vin, right? Take a look at their stats.
Look at Albert.
1-0-13, Albert unbothered. Like, as you said, another engage.
Oh, the Stampede brings in two. Vincent can't find a Decimate. He finally does. And Clay will fall. But at what cost? Now we're with nature by Skylar. That's a beautiful chain. But it even more beautiful right there to praise his wrath. Now Wijanarko, not much you can do, knocked up, slapped around, and RRQ will have the say in game number 1. 12 minutes is all it took.
Game 1, the Kings of Kings, they're unfazed, they're unbothered here as the Rebellions have nothing to say. It's just a one-sided game.
It's a 13,000 gold difference in a 12-minute game, dude. RRQ just
Not
had no
even
mercy
celebrating.
at all in this game. They completely shut down every single play available to a Rebellion, and instead, they just completely dominate. We talked about Albert being flashy on the Assassins. On the Fredrin, he had 8 kills.
That's crazy.
And fun fact right here, there are 4 deaths, 5 kills on the side of Rebellion. 4 of them was on Vin the Roamer. One last one was on Clay. Everyone else had 0 deaths.
That was a stomp. If I've ever seen a stomp, that is the stomp.
Biggest stomp this season.
Man, Rebellion Zion again. Last season were able to take RRQ down in both leg 1 and 2. RRQ this time, they're saying R7, he's retired, but Lemon has finally clocked with the team.
That's insane, right? I mean, again, the duo, Finn and Clay, woo, the impact that they both created, the fast tempo gameplay from RRQ, the Bulls have nothing to say.
That is just what experience lets you do, right? It doesn't take long at all for RRQ to plan around and have the foresight to see what needs to be done and plan everything out. You know, just a few moments before executing it, but those small moments do make a difference, and you can see it here. Rebellion, they were trying their best to formulate some kind of response, some kind of counter, but RRQ were not letting them have any time at all to try and think, to try and analyze the situation, and before they know it, the game is over.
Wow.
Was it the shortest game in the season so far?
I think so. I think we haven't seen a 12-minute game in a long time.
Yeah. Week 1, a lot of 12 minutes though. I do remember, but I can't really tell. I need somebody to confirm if that was the fastest game plan. But yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English Test. 1-0 It seems like the revolution from the Rebellions not off to a great start.
Not at all, right? I mean, man, they were just facing RRQ head-to-head. They fought fire with fire. RRQ bringing the crazy team fights early on. And Rebellion, after falling in the first turtle fight, they decide, you know what? Maybe we do it again, and again, and again, and again, up until the very end.
I'm gonna make a point here and say that somehow, some way, right? Whenever Albert is playing the Fredrin, is it just me, or does it feel like he does a lot more damage than all the friends we've seen so far in this in today's matches? You know, like every time he's on the Fredrin, he just gets some really insane burst damage using the Fraser's Wrath. I can't really wrap my head around it.
He plays Fredrin like an assassin.
Exactly, and he was also the main engage tool. And I think you have to also give credit to how RRQ is so good at maneuvering around the map, and more importantly, using vision. Right? The issue is that every single time Rebellion arrives at the location, RRQ is there, and RRQ is already waiting in those bushes, waiting to initiate something. And because of that, even though their roamer isn't really dynamic, can't engage from far away, it doesn't even matter because you're face checking the bush. Before you know it, you get bursted down, even though technically you're up against a tank, right? Fredrin.
Yeah, they really need to think about the draft here for a second game, but 12:02. Wow, that might be the fastest, you're right, but details on the items, Arashi, what's significant?
We were doubting the Aerial pick, but if you have this kind of execution, the Aerial just works so well. It facilitates so many dives early on, and it allows for quick follow-ups for unexpected engages, especially when the team is going aggressively forward. Skylar here with a full aggressive build, not even worried or concerned about the counter any defensive items. And if you look at Rebellion, even Vincent, the main man in the front, he has a Radiant armor, but it's just not enough to deal with the kind of damage. And with Janarko, we talked about how he's usually the main guy, the kryptonite of RRQ. On the glue though, he is completely countered by the Paramis first of all, and the AoE coming in from the Farsa just means that he does not have any leeway in how he maneuvers around the map.
I think that's why, right? We saw in the draft, Blue picked despite not banning the Paramis. I think it would have been better to ban out the Paramis instead of the Valentina if that was the case, if that was really what they were going for. Blue first pick into a Paramis opened up. We all know that RQ, they're one of the teams that can actually flex that Paramis into their own position. By the way, yes, the Irithel performed, but the way they snowballed across, I think even if they picked up a Layla, right? If you snowball that way, what are you, like, come on, man, 10 kills? You can make anything work. Skylar has just been dominating in Season 11, and he is on a whole new level.
I did feel that there were moments there where the
963?
The fact that Skylar was able to basic attack while walking does lend itself to a lot of situations, but of course, like you mentioned, Mirko, it's only because RRQ was dominating so hard. The rich guy, Skylar, with a 963. That is such a high number, man. Almost
one of the
1,000
highest
gold per minute.
Season 11?
What?
Yeah.
One of the highest. Not the highest, I believe, but one of the highest.
Definitely up there. Showing again how RRQ have such a solid game plan. Even though initially the early roam using the Farsa was denied, but even then, RRQ find a way to recover from the situation. They make sure that Highs does not get to play the game at all, and in one fell swoop, they also allow Skylar to get all the gold plating in the beginning of the game, and afterwards start snowballing out of control.
You know what, one thing also here from the draft, sure, with Janarko, we get it, you can't play the glue roam, but does it always work?
Not against a Paramis, it doesn't.
Nope, exactly, right? I mean, you need to think about this. Okay, Paramis, then why not automatically that just blue EXP? Not glue roam, that's
a bit too greedy.
A little too greedy, yeah.
A lot of that came down to the glue. And really, is it that prio to get it with a Paramis opened up? I think that's the main mistake here.
They banned out the Kaja while they have the first pick. So
they banned out the Kaja and the Valentina, and they wanted to pick glue. At least change the Valentina to Paramis, but here, man, we gotta give credit where credit is due. Albert, the baby alien himself, MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 23 Series 5G.
I wonder if it's just follow-up or if it's just map pressure that allows them to play like this, because we've seen that other Paramis players, they struggle to get a reliable engage, but with Albert, he was just getting those engages left and right. And of course, it's due to the vision game we talked about. But in the beginning, it was Rebellion having the advantage due to the oppressive blue presence. But somewhere in the mid game, they just completely flipped it around. So it's just RRQ magic. It's just the X factor that they were able to bring to the game every single time.
Oh, if this were to happen again, not going to be a fun revolution indeed here. RQ showing that even though they switch things up with Rainbow Clay, doesn't matter. Outcome very positive, very in sync as well, very connected as a team in that game. So of course they are going to replicate in that in game 2. But take a look at Albert's heat map here for his first 5 minutes.
He does not show on the side lanes at all here. It's always jungle, neutral objectives, and when he's at the side lanes, it's never for a prolonged time. It's always to show up for a huge gank, gets a pick off, and goes straight for the neutral objectives or goes hiding in the jungle yet again. I think the discipline of RRQ in not showing themselves to their opponents is partially what makes them so unpredictable and allows them to exert pressure without even doing much, just by hiding in plain sight. If you look at how the game was going in the early game, it's just a lot of burst damage that gets traded back and forth. Of course, early on, there was some being used by Rebellion, but when you have a Farsa and the magical Fredrin in the hands of Albert, that's just way too much damage for you to try and contest skirmishes, and as a result, Highest is the one that has to pay the price. Sway Low tries to play damage control and support the losing lane, but on a Julian, when you don't have any control of vision, you can't surprise anyone with your combos, so he's just stuck not dealing a lot of damage, getting picked off slowly but surely again and again. And once the side lanes and the mid lane start to falter, even that EXP lane, Kars, trying to exert his dominance like he did in yesterday's match, it just wasn't enough without help from the whole team. And even in the base, when RQ, they can't flank around, they can't surprise the members of Rebellion. They just go for the brute force play, man. They're just so ahead in goal that even when they get caught in a huge 3-man knockup, they just took it, recovered, and destroyed Rebellion afterwards.
There's a lot of concerns, massive ones here for Rebellion Zion, but most of their concerns were because RQ just played much better. Again, these lanes, man. Martis into Fredrin, that's usually a good matchup. Julian against Farsa, all right, that one's kind of iffy. Glue into Fer, okay, never mind. You know what, draft. Let's just change the draft, right? Glue and Faramis. What?
Yeah, I mean...
Well, and keep in mind, by the way, even if they do try and go all in and they can get Skylar there, there's still Lemon to contend with. He provides crowd control and he can protect Skylar for the meanwhile. And afterwards, he can serve as a secondary DPS source. So I feel like the draft was just so multi-dimensional from RRQ, which is always expected. But I think Rebellion, they were trying too hard to try and do their own thing, right?
Yeah.
They tried to flex the glue pick, and they weren't reacting, they weren't adapting their draft to what they're seeing coming out from RRQ. And of course, against a team like this, they will punish that mistake, man.
It seems like what a Rebellion they're trying to do, what they were trying to do is showing that Glue Roam is their trump card, but RRQ quickly, no, it isn't.
Stomp it out.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Even I feel like even without the Faramis, they will be able to find something and exploit. But yeah, even especially with the Faramis roam, it just shuts that Faramis, Glue roam down. And well, let's move on. I can't wait to talk about game 2 here. Drafts, please change the structure of the drafts from Rebellion.
You know, we talk a lot about the drafts, and maybe they can grab some different tools to try and get the job done right here, because it's just such a tough assignment coming in. Technically for both these teams, but RRQ they just got the better answers.
Exactly. So Rebellion, they need to grab more in game 2. You guys can also grab the Grab app, and as well as enjoy the promos that are always ready for you guys, especially for you guys new users. Enjoy a 50% discount for Grab Food. You can enjoy a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car if you want to ride here. So check it out, install the app, and support your team while ordering Grab, order with Grab.
Ooh, go ahead, check it out. Scan the QR code over below Arashi. Just tap the screen a few seconds back to replay it if you missed it. And back again to the main topic at hand. Rebellion Zion. Okay, draft, but you're right. I think based on execution as well, the way they were able to rotate around the map, RRQ were just superior. Not just in the draft, but in every way. These lanes, even the Melissa up against the Irithel, not utilized properly because of the roaming coming in, the mobility from that mid lane, man. Sure, Julian can maybe withstand the mid control, wave clear wise, but in terms of rotations, nothing can beat the wings by wings, right? Super fast rotations down below, and just the Pharsa being there. She doesn't even need to deal damage. Just being there, Melissa has to fall back. With that, Irithel just gets so much space to farm up to get those item power spikes.
Well, there's a promo code here, MPL Date. So if you got a couple situation going in, make sure you take advantage of this 20% discount on a minimum of a 2-ticket purchase and a maximum of 4 tickets for a total discount of up to 80,000 IDR.
One question, Arashi, where's the Indomart girl for you?
Why are you so fixated on that, man? I haven't said anything about that person. It's just you. Just you, Gotti.
Gotti, maybe you want to look for an MPL Date, 20% discount for the 2 tickets.
You can redeem it as well, Leadly.com, but thank you, I'm a Paz Miracle. There you go. These are the customers or the...
Whoa, hey, you got caught red-handed, laughing, dating, hey, man. No, she's too shy to look at the cameraman.
Oh my god.
Cameraman likes bullying these couples right here, honestly.
Bullying? We have the best cameraman.
We do.
Indonesia, man. We do. Our cameraman, did you watch M4? Yeah, we were really good at sniping people out.
Oh my god. Oh,
hey, it's another contender.
They just keep them in the camera for just long
enough
for people to be like, yo, move on.
I want to say something, but they're both shy, they're both nervous. Come on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus more on the draft. Game 2. Let's see, will RRQ change their approach, knowing that they are now in the blue side?
On that note, we saw that earlier when GEEK SLATE, I believe, was using the Yeve. Having a more aggressive, a more burst-oriented mid laner can work, but you need a strong roamer to ensure that that roaming mid lane can't really roam without fear of being ganked out, right? If they had a Fredrin on their own side, perhaps, a Julian and Fredrin ganking on a Pharsa can mean certain doom when Clay maybe is going for the side roam. So if they want to go for something aggressive, it's still very much possible, but like we mentioned, they need the right tools for the job, and they need to execute according to that game plan as well.
Very good point there, RRQ. Let's see, Yeve and Grok pay now will ban out the glue themselves. Rebellion, it seems like there will be a Valentina and Fermis raid here in our second game.
Yeah, they want to pick up the Fermis, I believe, right now. They're kind of hinting at it. Rebellion Zion, Wanwan Kaja, they should ban the Joy. There's no way they let this go, right? I mean, technically, we have seen the Joy lose out in lane against the Khalid, right? I believe that was Rebellion too who played that. Yeah. So we'll see if they want to utilize that again here. It's a bit risky knowing that... Wait, have we ever seen Lemon play the Joy?
I believe we've seen it once, that I can recall at least. So there could be more, but I recall seeing him use it once, and it's pretty good. Knowing Lemon with his weird foresight, his killer instincts, heroes like that can just make plays happen, can
there you go.
It is something they would like, but Rebellion, they identified the fact that without Albert, those the early plays weren't gonna go as dominantly, even though they do have that Fermis. So if they go for the Fermis here, that's still all fine and dandy, but you go for the Joy, man.
Okay.
Danger.
I mean, it's been picked up once this season. 0% win rate. Claude and Fermis can work right now. They might even just go for the Claude and the...
Valentina?
Valentina? I think the Valentina is a solid option. You know what? Yes, Valentina. Pick it up right now. You are going to have a lot to say in the draft right now, dictating the draft with those big ultimates that you're trying to force out of RRQ.
But then again, RRQ can easily respond with also Pharsa and Brody. Would that work?
Pharsa and Brody.
Pharsa.
If they pick up Valentina, it's just really flexible. I think they should play on that flexibility option.
Yeah, a lot of kit in that hero as well.
Well, Clay has also shown to be very good in playing both the long range and the short range.
Wow,
they go for a very early Lunox pick right here. Keep in mind, they can still be flexed around technically, so it's not that bad of an idea. But RRQ, whatever they want right now is still available. They've banned out the Grok themselves, so they won't have that very annoying crowd control immune roamer. But we take a look at a comment from Hadi here. For my former teammates, don't lose hope.
It seems like RRQ.
I love this guy. I love this guy. Right as he leaves RRQ, he beats RRQ and he says, "Yo, don't worry, guys.
Don't lose hope.
Got this.
Don't lose hope.
Don't lose hope."
There's always next time."
That's funny. Such a troll.
Adi, man, such a troll. You either love him or you either hate him, right?
Yeah.
RRQ though, again, Farsa. Ooh, Farsa Kufra.
We've seen
You
this
want to know
before.
why?
Yeah, Joy.
His skill 1, Kufra, can cancel Blazing Duet.
Bro.
So I think that's also the main reason. Also, I believe, can block the BMI if Kufra is very close to the Claude.
Really? It's a blink though.
I think I think so.
You believe so?
You believe
Yeah,
so?
I believe so.
That's true.
We'll have to see.
so.
We'll keep
We'll
an eye
have
out
to see.
for that interaction. If that is true, though, that is a very solid counter, and we've seen this combo before.
It has to be close, though.
A Kufra and a Farsa means that that's a very dangerous roaming squad, right? Both are very dynamic. Both can engage from relatively far away, and if you get hit by a Terran's Revenge, there's going to be a very quick feather airstrike, and we've seen how impressive that can be. They know that they don't have a Fredgen to work around with. They go for the Kufra, but the Franco pick right here is a bit of a signature pick for Wijanarko.
Also a very good answer. Going up against a Joy.
And a Farsa.
And a Farsa who is quite static in the ultimate, can be pulled in. And there you go. A very, very creative draft here for the first 3 picks.
I think it's time for Rebellion Zion to ban the Edith, alright? Just show some respect to Lemon. Maybe even the Terizla next. Just go for Lemon bans, okay? Well, they don't need to because the Joy's been picked up already, right?
True.
Here. I understand why they went for the Lunox now. That's a good Brody ban, by the way. The Lunox does really well against Joy. Joy, you can dash all around, you sustain, but when you get bursted down by someone like a Lunox who can lock you down with the auto-target Chaos Assault, it's going to be massive. Now, RRQ are already starting to ban that Assassin. Rebellion are taking away bullies from the fray here from RRQ. They picked up the Claude, they banned away the Brody and the Wanwan. I think one more ban. Shut him down is what you want to do. I think here, ban the Beatrix. You want... or Moskov. You want Skylar to pick the carry.
I feel like what the idea is for Rebellion right now is to ensure that they have 2 solid late game options right here, but they need someone to follow up on the Franco plays. In the early game, if the Iron Hook lands and there's no one with the burst damage to follow up on it, it might as well be completely ignored. So they do ban out all these strong gold laners, trying to ensure that the gold lane is still okay, but RRQ might take the opposite route and go for dominant picks in the jungle instead and use that along with the Kufra and Farsa to completely shut down the game from the mid lane.
I like it. I really like the response here from Rebellion Zion.
And RRQ. They're respecting the assassin play, assassin potential here from Vincent, even though they got a Kufra themselves. But take a look at the response.
For Rebellion right here, it's a bit of a tough situation. You have to wonder what exactly is the idea. If there's no way to go for an assassin here, so it has to be some kind of utility, some kind of front line, and it doesn't have to be someone that can protect because the whole team can technically dive in along with the engage. It is going to be a Lancelot. And on that note, could it be the tank Lancelot?
It should be.
It should
but
be.
He did build damage last time.
Last time, but now without the front line, maybe this is where the tank Lancelot can be useful. We'll have to see it though.
Oh my god.
Terizla.
Wait.
It is open. It is open.
RRQ can go for the Terizla, right? But then Rebellion Zion, I don't know how this lane works out. I think the Terizla should still win, but the Arlet is available.
Come on, Terizla Ling.
Terizla Ling. I don't really like the Ling here in this composition. You can only target the Claw with a nature and it's done. Lunox, Brilliance, Chaos Assault. Okay, that's the Melissa and the
Jungle.
Joy. I told you it's going to be Edith. I knew it. I knew it. I've never seen Lemon play the Joy. The Joy is going to go to the jungle for Albert. Wow.
Okay,
that's dangerous. We talked about how having a lot of follow-up can work. RRQ now with a Mage-less Assassin in the hands of Albert. We talked about the Assassin matchup. We're seeing it here technically. Lancelot against Joy. Although they're both quite unconventional as an Assassin.
Well, is it Carla time?
Maybe, but you have to note this, alright? Kufra can catch Arlot quite easy.
Yep.
You see, have you tested that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the go away you can go through to go away with your vengeance, which is weird.
Lapu, I guess?
Lapu can work, but we saw the Edith Lapu matchup earlier. I think Yuzong is going to be a better choice, or even the Benedetta here. Benedetta, Edith. Now that's a proper lane, a good matchup, very easily dodged away. Like the CC from Edith, easily readable, right? Use your eye for an eye, get it done, and up against the far side, it works. Good dive from Rebellion Zion, but they lack a frontliner. Now, Tanks-a-Lot is a frontliner, but he doesn't soak damage.
Tanks-a-Lot.
Yeah.
That's supposed to soak damage.
Tank Lancelot. I like it. I love it. Well, let's see. All right, Arashi, Mirko, we are about to enter game numero dos. Well, are RQ clean sweep Rebellion, or will Rebellion force a game 3? Will the revolution happen here in game 2? Land of Dawn, here we go to see and witness game number 2 of RQ and Rebellion Zion.
So many things are hinging on in this early game right here. As we jump into that Land of Dawn, this is gonna be match point for RQ. Everything is hanging in the balance here. And you can see, looking at the battle spells, a lot of aggression planned out for RQ, but Clay does have that Purify, so he is expecting a lot of action to come his way. Vincent on the Lancelot is clearing for now. And we've seen that even the full damage build, the Lancelot doesn't really do that much damage. It's gonna come in with the Demon Slayer emblem. We have to see if the items reflect a tanky build though, as Vin goes in for this play in the mid lane.
Oh my god.
Swaylo taking low already. Vin! Timer's Revenge, flicker out, Swaylo surviving this time. But already that mid lane pressure being placed, establishing some dominance.
Wow, already the duo here, Vin and Clay, very connected, very in sync, Arashi.
Speaking of crowd control and playmaking opportunities, Rebellion Zion having cars on the Benedetta, I don't think I've seen him do it before, but that Electro Final Blow Petrify combo can still be something that can be used.
Whoa.
But look at his play, Wijanarko!
Skyler a bit too hasty there. He might just be a bait right now as he popped in Inspire, still able to sustain, but that's first blood over the highs. Albert waiting in the midst now, going and jumping in to secure a kill back. Play has rotated, Wijanarko, no flicker. He used it earlier, he finds the Iron Hook, but Albert finds the double down below.
Ooh, in the other side though, Lemon is trying to clear the lane, having a lot of heat coming his way. Vincent tries to equalize here, going for the dive.
That's the onward. The Earth Shatter not available just yet. The Petrify comes in. Lemon's still able to survive, but the eye for an eye by Cars takes him out. Rebellion Zion playing through their winning lane properly.
Albert's still trying to clear as soon as possible, but you already see it's a different situation completely. The engage from RQ is a lot more visible, a lot more readable compared to previously where it could have been literally anyone. Now with Clay still having an advantage, you see that Wijanarko moves his focus towards that mid lane, but with the turtle spawning, both teams are trying to wrestle for control, and it seems like Rebellion makes the first move.
Vincent looking for retribution right now, will be able to find it on that Tanks-a-Lot. That's the suppression, Bloody Hunt, but it's going to be cancelled away by Vin, who finds the Tyrant's Rage. Lemon cancels out it with the Earth Shatter. That's the Primal Wrath as well. Now Lemon dealing the damage with Clay to follow it up. Rebellion Zion forced away from the turtle.
Goodness me, what a early game start. And take a look at the momentum build. RRQ, similar story as game 1 here, Arashi. They're fairly controlling the map very, very well.
But unlike game number 1, Rebellion Zion has been able to secure the turtle. So Vincent once again is showing that he is no pushover. He is matching Albert in the retribution department, but this is a joy with 3 kills right now. That is not the early lead that you want.
Vincent caught, has the bouncing ball right now. Wijanarko looking for a play. Vin might just be caught. The Tyrant's Rage is able to connect, but it's only onto Tanks-a-Lot. Vin going to be taken down by Vincent. Swaylo even popping the chaos here.
Slide over commitment play there. We do see the synergy of Albert taking that lead though. Very, very intelligently. And oh my god, a gank towards Cars.
For 9, could be able to escape here, but he actually uses the Phantom Slash over the Petrify even. Albert maneuvering over. Cars very low. Cars down. Wijanarko with a Bloody Hunt, but now it's Albert who wants to go for more. He dashes, he misses, and he disengages.
Ooh, Wijanarko is playing this Franco in a more reactive fashion, but it's working out. We saw that Vin goes in to try and go aggressively, but Wijanarko stands between Vin and his team and holds the Iron Hook, and effectively that means that RRQ, they are forced to try and dodge away from the hook that never comes, and that buys enough time for Vin to get taken out. They have to make sure that they stick in relatively close proximity if they want to try and take advantage of their composition.
Okay, now it's another reset here. No clear winner in the early game. Short total kill points and gold. Heavily favors, not heavily favors RRQ, but it's a 50-50. Let's see the second neutral objective take. Will Rebellion take this one again?
On the outside of the map, though, you see that Cars is actually getting an advantage in the wave cut, so Lemon is getting pulled away from the fight right here, but Vin is just staying there, pulling the turtle away from the side of Rebellion. He'll finally be pushed away though, but now this is a 5v4 that Rebellion Zion can look for. Wijanarko is in position. He might be looking for it right now.
Are in position here, Vin. Looking for an opening. Let's see.
That's the airstrike to following it through. That's going to be Bloody Hunt onto Vin right now. The backline will be targeted, but Albert wins out the Retribution battle as he jumps into the backline. Swaylo caught. That's the Primal Wrath. Lemon dealing damage, immobilizing all of them. Vincent taken very low. Wijanarko down. Albert is unstoppable. And it's Vin who claps them under the tier 1, picking up a double kill. RRQ are massive in this game.
Goodness me, similar story from game 1. After the second turtle, RRQ really claiming their momentum, claiming their lead. And take a look at this. The first unanimous talents prediction today.
In season 11. First time ever, I believe.
Whoa, really?
Rebellion, man, they try and go up against the Kings of Kings and they are forced to bend the knee. 4 members taken out for a price of none and a 3k gold lead in the pockets of RRQ. And just like that, they're in the back foot. They're getting zoned away from their own turrets.
That's a big owie, man.
That is a big owie. And big look that's outside. Vincent trying to escape. Oh,
it's all about the rhythm, bro. Albert is playing with the rhythm. He's feeling it.
Goodness. Albert. Good beats on you, bro. Vin.
Conceal, Tyrant's Revenge, and the Rage. That is Wijanarko out. The Starboy himself falling from the skies.
And now Rebellion is falling further behind. The Iron Hook is getting less and less effective. Less and less of a threat as Skylar initiates a dive for the Sway Low right here as Lemon just zones everyone away.
Onward, popped in, Sway Low. Oh, that's a Primal Wrath. Oh, that's a Brilliance popped in. Oh, Vincent tries to deal damage, but it's Lemon on the Edith. You don't deal damage to this man. Oh, that's a good sidestep, good dodge. Albert, does he want to go for the cars in the back line now? Jumping in, looking for the damage. Pops in the final blow defensively, backs off. Rebellion Zion still 4,000 gold behind.
Another reset here. Rebellion Zion, they need to pick their battles, choose their tempo here, because in game 1, they just got driven by the fast-paced tempo that was driven by RRQ. So in the second game, they need to keep their tempo in check.
For sure, because the longer this goes, the faster they keep trying to fight. This is how it's going to happen, man. Vincent gets zoned away from the turtle. So Vin is once again being so annoying on this Cupra. Skylar has no mercy, man. He just goes at it.
Good prediction. Did you see that? Second skill. Predicted the dash so that Cars will take a little bit more damage there.
Oh, very, very intelligent play. Oh, top side, 3v2.
Good read by Lemon onto Wijanarko, but that's going to flicker Bloody Hunt now onto Clay. Clay's still able to purify out. He's alive, but he's not going to be alive for long. Lemon with the Primal Rat now onto Wijanarko. He's taken very low. Lemon's still going at it, and look who's here with the rhythm. He's dancing. He picks up the godlike as Vincent looks for another, but Lemon is still able to dodge for now. Still so tanky as he pops in the Earth Shatter and the Onward here. That's Vincent knocked up airborne, and he is still able to survive for a bit. That's the Chaos of Supper Sway low. Vince taken low with Revitalize right now. That's going to be Albert jumping back in. He's feeling the rhythm, and he's legendary. That might just be it. A kill for Skylar, but he is down. Triple kill for Sway Low. You don't want him to be doing that, man. You don't want to be giving Sway Low some gold, man.
RRQ again in game 2. Similar story. Again, Arashi. It's just after second turtle. It seems like RRQ, they just know. They got the power spikes. And take a look at the map control. They're confident in looking for pickoffs. They're confident in looking for team fights. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, they can't predict the movement coming from RRQ.
And in a way, RRQ, it's hard to predict because they're also reacting and just trying to outmaneuver and outplay our Rebellion at every turn. Right there, it seems like an even trade, but the gold lead has shrunk by 1.5k, and that is Sway low. The counter to Albert, getting a triple kill. So that is a bit sketchy because right now 8 of the kills of RRQ is in the hands of Albert. So if the counter on the opposing side has a lot of gold, this means Albert has to play a bit more conservatively as well. But for now, it seems like they're just doing their thing, man.
Cars with the final blow, clearing out the wave, still playing it really well. Albert not going to be able to punish him there, and Skylar just clears out the wave. They want to look for this Lord now. But I like your point there. 8-0 and 5. If Albert gets taken down, Rebellion have a good shot at coming back. They're going for it right now. Go away plays in, but that's going to be Regionarco who finds the Iron Hook. Skylar still able to sustain with the Inspire, dashing front onto Regionarco. Meanwhile, Albert against Swaylo. Swaylo flickering, but it only hits the wall. That's another legendary. Albert looking for more, jumping in. Vincent taken low, forced to back away.
My goodness, Albert with his killer instinct still in game 2. Vincent here struggling with the tanks a lot. My God, 1-3-4, not a good sign now. Seems like another engage.
Let's see, Skylar still so confident jumping in. Oh, that's a clap. That's a win of nature. That's Skylar getting hooked again. He's a hook magnet this game, really is. But Clay finds the snipe onto the back line. Cars now jumping back in with eye for an eye. Able to get the stun onto Vin. That's the onward by Lemon onto Regionarco. He brings him back. Regionarco with the iron hook onto the flicker. The bloody hunt locking Albert down. But here comes the joy. Going back and forth now. Cars still dealing damage as that's the brilliance popped in by Swaylo. But it's Lemon with the Edith.
Wow, what a response again. Rebellion Zion for a minute, I thought they got the momentum shift. But RRQ, they're just too strong.
Cars, Phantom Slash, Clay trying to dodge onward, perfectly timed, and that's the Earth Shatter as well. Cars in the back line with a Petrify as well. Clay gonna fall. Good play by Cars as he's able to find compensation. But Albert again now, 11 kills, looking for his 12th. Vincent dashing away with the Phantom execution as well.
The coming back and forth with the gold lead is still widening for RRQ, but you're risking a lot of things right here. Rebellion Zion has not been able to find a very decisive fight, but if they do, they can still come back in this game. It's only barely 12 minutes right here. It's been such a high-action game. You really think that it's been a lot longer than it has.
You know what? Albert is looking for the record, 13 kills. Will be grab it.
Skylar, there you go, using the damage. Regionarco doesn't have the Iron Hook. One more dash should do it, but the conceal comes in just right on time. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you see Albert doing his thing. Sway low, trying to clear the waves, hopping into Brilliance, respecting that Earth Shatter.
Again, Albert is looking for that most kills in the game, right? Was it 13 or 12? And
13.
13. He's looking, he's on his way. 11:07. Will he claim 3 more kills here? Let's see.
Right now, the game is still, again, very early on. But this is that mid-game where usually teams that are behind also have quite a few items to make plays with. But they walk into Vin right here. He tries to go in, but it won't be enough. And still, RRQ holds full control. They're completely zoning out Rebellion Zion from their own jungle, denying any kind of source of income.
Okay, now Rebellion here, they will... Oh my God!
That's on to Vin though. Feather airstrike on the back line. That's only Vin taken down with the Chaos Assault. Swaylo is going to be taken low. Flicker out to safety. Regionarco still looking for the Iron Hook, but will not be able to find more. Vin, Immortality, gone. But, Cards on the other side of the map, making moves here, already trading across the board.
I like it, I like it. This is the EXP Benedetta. For you, ladies and gentlemen, you can split push, you can relieve off pressure in the far lane, and perfectly executed now by Cars to somehow, again, relieve off pressure for themselves.
Well, RRQ has a very team fight orientated, combo orientated composition here, so they really lost 2 turrets there due to poor planning, I guess, but now with the Lord coming up, is this their moment to try and force a fight and even use this Lord to crack open the base even more? Take a look at the gold difference here, especially for Albert. Vincent is left behind by about 5,000 gold. That is not what you want for an assassin that requires resources to try and be effective, to be a significant threat.
Let's see. Tarso is ahead if you compare it to Lemon. Of course, you're a Vendetta, you will have the clear faster, and that should be the opener, the opening act for Rebellion Zion, perhaps to turn the game around the far lane. They need to pressure the top side heavily to, I guess, open things up for Rebellion. Oh!
Then finds Regionarco this time and say goodbye to Regionarco. He is out. Albert looking for some more damage right now, has full stacks, but will just choose to jump back into the Lord.
Then a reset to 5v4 though. Albert making a move on towards Vincent just to zone him away. Oh my god, another catch perhaps. Rebellion will not have a say in this Lord fight.
It's going to be really tough to make this play happen here, and that's going to be Albert who secures it. Skyler jumping onto Highs. Highs forced to pop that BMI. Albert wants to go for Vincent here, misses that dash, so he will have to back away.
Now with the Lord, though, there's a lot of high ground available for RRQ as well, so you can just wait for this, and now the split push cannot be as reliable due to the pressure coming in from this Lord. If we take a look at the items, Divine Glaive secured for Clay, which means that even if Regionarco has been stacking that magical defense, having the Athena, it doesn't even matter when everyone jumps on him. But Melissa, right? Skylar now has a Haas Claw, so he can just sit there, and if he pops it Inspire, he can just survive for so much longer, provided he does not get suppressed.
Well, all right here. I don't know, Gani, 8,000 gold lead. Though it's crazy to say this, but it feels like RQ, the reason they've just been going for these team fights is to force Rebellion Zion to, again, play with their tempo. They're so good at this because Rebellion, sure, they've been getting some kills, some shutdowns, but they haven't been farming at all because of these skirmishes that RQ are forcing. And Swaylo has it in his power spike. Now Vincent, not going to be caught in Earth Shadow, but will be caught in the stun coming in from Clay. Vincent taken very low. Albert still able to dash away, even from the Bloody Hunt. Regionarco not popping it fast enough. Both teams disengage. Good dodge from the Iron Hook.
Now Rebellion here will have to say bye-bye to base turret bot side. But RRQ still maintaining pressure here. If possible, they're gonna look for an opening by Lemon. If not, Vin has the Immortal, so he looks for a dive perhaps.
Let's see. Oh! Vin looking for it, will just be hooked into the turret. Will lose his immortality, but now that's gonna be the damage coming from Skyler. Bursting them down, Lemon flickering forward, losing his immortality, but getting down with even more now! He doesn't even lose it! Lemon! The calculation! Oh my goodness gracious! Regionarco looking for the play. Skyler with the damage. The Petrify there, but the Bloody Hunt and the Iron Hook brings Skyler away for the final blow. Lemon with the Earth Shatter onto 2. Albert with the damage right now as he picks up the 12th kill in this game. He's looking for that record, but he will not get it. Regionarco denies it, but RRQ stomps on Rebellion Zion.
Albert 1209, almost evening up the record, but still the Kings of Kings. They managed to defend their throne, going up against the Rebellions, the Bulls. They are able to take the dub.
Taking out the Bulls, man, denying the aggression, just completely controlling them, taming them down to livestock. Rebellion, the Fear team that has been doing so well, has been improving so much. They were just powerless in the face of the Kings, man. What a performance there. They are just forced to pick their poison. Do you want Skyler or do you want Albert?
Well,
yeah.
You choose one and the other one pops off.
Arms,
you let Skyler free hit, he does that. You let Albert free hit.
Joy.
Oh man,
oh my
well,
God.
all right, I think we've learned a valuable lesson, kids. Ban Joy.
You're going up against Albert Seraphine, ban the Joy.
I've never seen you play the Joy.
But yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it's RRQ cleaning house. 2-0.
What a start.
Yeah.
Was that 11 minutes?
A failed revolution.
16 minutes.
16 is, yeah. Failed revolution here in second match. No longer falling. RRQ. They make Rebellion surrender. They made, as you say it, bend the knee.
Bend the knee and accept defeat right here and recognize the sovereignty of RRQ and their kingdom. And soon we can get to hear from them a bit more, Gani.
It's Audi.
We're going to have a bit of an interview and see what exactly was going on through their heads for that match.
Audi Octavia and as well as the rest of the RRQ players, they're taking the stage right now. So, Audi Octavia please take it away to have that interview.
Oh, apparently we're gonna wait a bit longer. But what do you think, ONIC? You think they're gonna be having some spicy words for Rebellion?
Maybe.
They are
or
the Kingslayers,
or just
and they
full
just got swept 2-0.
Just full respect, as I believe so. Audi, Octavia, and RRQ take the stage.
Thank you, caster. RRQ mana suaranya? Woo! Memenuhi pastinya MPL Arena karena kemenangan yang luar biasa. Hari RRQ, congrats sekali lagi. Luar biasa sekali pastinya. Dan kali ini kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol dengan pemenang pada match kita kali ini yang telah berhasil mengalahkan Rebellion Sion. Oke, hari ini aku mau ngobrol-ngobrol sama Vin dulu hari ini. Vin, aku mau ngomong sama Vin nih. Nah, Vin, menang game dengan menggunakan nih, dengan melawan RBL kali ini nih ya. Apakah kalian ini memang benar-benar menang untuk mengincar House Season Champion? Bener gak?
Enggak sih, kita ya setiap pertandingan kita pasti usaha terbaik buat menangin match-nya lah. Hasil itu terakhir.
Tapi usaha yang terbaik pastinya
Yeah.
ya. Wow. Tapi tetap mau kan jadi pemenang House Season Champion kan?
Bebas sih.
Oke. Mungkin kita ngobrol kali ya sama Albert kali ini ya. Albert, aku mau ngobrol sama Albert nih. Pertama kalinya kamu kan pakai Joy ya di season 11 ini ya. Kita lihat tadi Joy-nya benar-benar performanya keren banget dan pastinya mendominasi banget ya, Ber. Nah, apakah sebenarnya Joy ini akan menjadi sangat alternatif luar biasa nih untuk jungler yang bagus apalagi buat meta sekarang? Menurut kamu gimana?
Ya, Joy bagusnya dia bisa di XP, bisa di jungler juga sih. Itu makanya Joy bagus.
Jadi bagus nih, kemungkinan akan jadi meta nggak kira-kira?
Meta kalau dilepas.
Wow. Kingdom mana suaranya? Cek ombak lagi. Oke, next question. Mau ngobrol-ngobrol lagi nih soal kemenangan match kali ini sama Lemon. Ngobrol banyak, salam kenal Lemon. Nah, kita mau ngobrol-ngobrol sama Lemon pastinya nih yang kalian tunggu-tunggu. Kalau Lemon kasih sesuatu pasti kalian penasaran kan? Nah, Lemon, nih tanggapan kamu soal Rebellion di season ini tuh gimana sih?
Ya bisa bersaing lah sama yang lain, udah improve. Pasti semua tim udah improve sih season ini sebenarnya. Jadi makin kuat.
Improve jadi makin kuat?
Ya.
Wow, keren. Nah, tapi kalau misalnya nanti kan kamu dan juga RRQ akan bersaing nih pastinya memperebutkan House Season Champion dan pasti akan bertemu dengan ONIC ya kan? Nah di game berikutnya nih ada pesan gak sih untuk ONIC? Mungkin ONIC kalian mau kalahin untuk bisa menangkan House Season Champion atau enggak ada pesan juga untuk EVOS yang nanti akan melawan ONIC mungkin?
Apa ya pesannya? Gak ada sih.
Pesan-pesannya atau mungkin ada yang mau nyampein nanti EVOS akan melawan ONIC nih. Kira-kira ada yang mau nyampein nggak sesuatu?
Gak ada, soalnya musuh kita.
Oh. Oke, tapi pastinya kita menunggu ya ini di dalam leg 2 supaya RRQ tetap konsisten, tetap stabil dalam permainannya. Nah, tapi kan kalau ngomong sama Lemon nih, season lalu ini kan kamu nih menghadapi Rebellion sebagai mid laner dan harus menerima kekalahan. Dan akhirnya sekarang kamu tuh pindah nih ke XP laner. Akhirnya nih ya, sangat-sangat mendominasi. Kira-kira menurut kamu nih Lemon, faktor kamu pindah lane tuh berpengaruh nggak sih sama hasil gamenya?
Nggak terlalu sih. Sebenarnya faktor buat menangin game itu ya dari usaha kita sendiri, dari udah kerja keras dan hasilnya ya menang.
Oke, berarti kerja kerasnya.
Dari semuanya ya.
Tetap kerja keras ya Lemon ya. Mau dipindah-pindah lainnya juga tetap aja harus kerja keras ya.
Benar.
Wah, tepuk tangannya mana dong Kingdom? Ini nih yang selalu dukung RRQ pastinya nggak pernah bosan-bosan sampai MPL Indonesia season 11. So, aku mau minta kalian semua masing-masing untuk mungkin ada yang mau kasih pesan-pesan untuk para Kingdom yang udah dukung kalian. Rame banget di sini, luar biasa. Boleh, ya siapa nih yang belum ngomong tadi?
Thank you semua Kingdom yang udah datang hari ini, yang udah nonton juga. Pokoknya terima kasih banyak banget lah. Tetap dukung kita terus sampai kita nanti lah.
Skylar.
Apa gua?
Mau dong pesan-pesan dong buat Kingdom nih.
Pesan buat Kingdom ya dukung kita terus lah sampai kelar season ini. Itu aja.
Wah, dukung terus sampai kelar season ini. Ada lagi yang menambahkan? Ayo. Oke, cukup. Oke, jangan lupa tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk ONIC sebagai pemenang pada match kita kali ini. Tapi pasti kalian penasaran banget ya di rumah dan juga di sini bagaimana tadi match-nya, langsung aja akan di breakdown bersama dengan analis kita. Chaji, silakan.
Cleanest, straightforward performance, sharp as well. Sharp is the trend for RRQ, especially in this match 2-0. Yeah, the revolution has failed.
They were so convincing, Arashi, that every single talent went for RRQ. First time ever, season 11.
It is what it is, man. RRQ, they're just that good.
They're not number one, though.
We'll talk about that.
Unfortunately, it's his team who's number one.
As always. That's, yeah,
season 9?
Bothered. Wow.
Why is he laughing?
It seems there are holes in your memory. Maybe you faced the Brody earlier on.
Oh, memory torn. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Joy in game 3. Well, not game 3. I'm so used to
season 11, we've gotten a lot of game 3s.
Yeah, but game 2, Joy was the X Factor. Albert, of course, being the pilot.
He wasn't the X Factor, he was the Factor.
He was the Factor. Of course, Albert piloting that Joy. Ooh, 0 deaths.
0.
Unstoppable 12 kills, almost evening up the record with 13 kills. But yeah, the key instrument here, the main key instrument, is that Joy.
This is why it's been banned so often, man. You let it go.
Always banned.
Almost.
First of all, it's flexible, right? You can go to multiple roles.
I thought it was lemon.
And it can do that. There's just so many things they were doing so well. And in that second game, it was a more difficult situation, right? Rebellion were able to actually play it a bit slower, get a bit more success, but in the end, Albert on that Joy was just so obnoxious. And here was that big fight where they fully committed. But look at Vin, dude, that was a great engage. And look at the ping pong maneuver there. When you're in the middle of RRQ, you can expect to be ragdolled just like that. And Rebellion didn't have the most mobile.
Shielding, bro.
Right, they didn't have the most mobile of compositions. We talked about this earlier. So once they're on the back foot, it's only about a matter of time before RRQ get their hands on them. This is the only moment where it looks a bit sketchy. It was a triple kill being handed over to Sway Low, but even after that, they didn't get the shutdown on the main man because they're focused on Skylar, right? They're fearing Skylar's late game potential. But with how ahead RRQ is and how much Skylar is allowed to farm, he still had a full item slot at the end of the game. So he's still doing a lot of damage. So eventually, they get more and more limited targets. And at one point, they're forced to try and go for Lemon, right? Vincent, again and again, has been stuck trying to one-shot Lemon. And look at that play right there.
Yeah.
This man just sees things we don't see at first glance. He goes for it. And despite the best efforts, it's just way too much damage. They are just too far behind. They delayed it, so credit to them to make it a bit more competitive. But at the end of the day, the Kings reign supreme.
Yeah, I mean, let's touch a little bit on Lemon here. The Edith. Loki, another marksman, right? You have Skylar that can deal damage, but when Edith is in his marksman form, also can deal a very nasty damage, as you can see.
The sustain is the underrated part.
I feel like the damage is the underrated part because he's a fighter.
No, the sustain, literally. Lemon was out healing the damage coming in from the Claude and the Lunox.
Well, before we continue about Lemon, let's take a look at the MVP, though. It's none other than Albert. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. 1209. Look at the items. It's enough said. Goes for a lot of DPS, Glowing Wand, and the Genius Wand. And then afterwards, going for the Oracle for a bit more shielding. Just ensures that he is unkillable, literally.
Look at that messy pose. You know, Brands did the Ronaldo pose. He picked the wrong GOAT. That's why RRQ won the El Clasico.
Okay, 1209. Cooldown shoes as well. So looking for the spammable skills. But my goodness, 84% KP. Another sharp execution by Albert.
I think that's the key right here. The heroes that RRQ plays, they can do a lot of damage, but they're also sustainable and tanky. Lemon was going with that emblem that allows you to have more physical and more defenses when you're lower HP, so that allows him to be a lot more survivable than you think, on top of the already tanky nature of Edith. So soon we'll take a look at the mic check right here.
Nice.
Mati.
Lo skill. Stun. Gua ikutin.
Ini masuk.
Martis gua defend. Martis aman.
Meler.
Nice! Fighting Lair.
Ulti nih guys. 5 detik.
Ayo gas.
Gue tipe towernya.
Tahu bisa.
Aman gua.
Gue isi mid.
Balik sih guys, balik.
Dia udah ulti. Mati.
Gua stun.
Mati.
Lampu di kiri. Lampu di sini. Gua aman, gua ada ulti.
Gua defend.
Gua ton.
Nice!
Ada Julian. Sorry, Gus. Konsul.
Kraton. Milsa.
Halo. Di gua sih saya.
Aman.
Mati. Koperler.
Aman gua.
Goton ya.
Woi!
Turu woi!
Kalem, disiplin dulu.
Goton.
Banting lagi.
Gua angkat lagi.
Nice!
Woi! Kocak lu.
Banyakin recall ya.
Kalem guys. Reset ya.
Udah gigit.
Gas ke satu.
Lu knock flicker guys.
Ke gua.
Nice Bob.
Gua dapat.
Nice.
Gue cece lagi.
Mati. Bisa tengah yuk.
Low banget ya. Lihat atasnya lagi ya.
Nice Bob.
Bisa nggak beratas?
Bisa.
Kuning ya.
Mati sama gua.
Nice, Lord.
Flicker.
Mentok.
Flicker dia.
Lord.
Kalem ya.
Aman, gua banyak kecil.
Gua stun.
Saya,
bos.
Lu knock.
Lock dulu.
no flicker. Mati.
Nice.
Belum gigit ya.
Mati satu, kalem.
Mati.
Nice Mon.
Sen ya.
Wow. Again, congratulations, RRQ. They managed to defend their kingdom here against the Rebellions in Zion. But my goodness, 2 matches done and dusted here, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1. The first match, 2-0 now. But let's again talk about RRQ. What did they do, Arashi, in this particular series that they were able to win over against Rebellion so swiftly?
It feels like it's easier to try and identify what they can't do, because they were able to do so many things. Get the fights they want, get the pickoffs they want. Here are the clear-cut keys to success here for Albert. Activate helps the side lanes from the early game, right? Having that 3-man rotation, and then Vin and Clay's quick rotation to find the pickoffs. That 3-man roaming squad from the mid lane of RRQ is just so devastating. And considering that they can change it up, they can change Clay out for Rainbow, just means that this strategy has multiple layers to it. So I think teams out there, they gotta really be careful on how they want RRQ, how they want to try and deal with RRQ.
You
good, Arashi?
Arashi, your voice, it's kind of sexy.
Dude. What? Relax, Gani. It's been an exciting 2 days, so pardon my voice. You can hear the excitement wearing off, obviously.
Well,
you can hear my real age.
The passion.
That's his real age. He is old. That's why he doesn't know about what's coming up next.
Well, max stream. You can max stream and chill as well.
You know what
your
streaming
MPL.
is, old man?
You know? Do you know?
Back at night.
Max stream, you don't know here. It's an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps, right? Max stream, there are a lot of channels, Arashi, so you can enjoy it without paying extra.
Wow.
And also, you can find a lot of original contents there, so check it out and watch only on Max stream. It's for Arashi.
Go ahead, check it out, because there's a lot of crazy exclusive original content that only airs on Max Stream. There's Love and Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The One Believe, Rasha, The Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express. Don't miss out on cool and exciting shows.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2 matches done, but please, we got 2 matches ahead of us, including the last match.
Okay, what is the last match? Why should I stay?
EVOS takes on ONIC. You know what's at stake?
What is at stake?
If ONIC defeats EVOS, they will guarantee secure the half-season champion. But if EVOS wins that match, perhaps RRQ can have a say in that regard.
Exactly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. 2-1, 2-0, done. Match 3 and 4. Please stay tuned because the last match is the climax of week 3.
So the big topic, the big question here is, where does Bigetron fit in all this?
Well, later also. But Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi, go take some rest. Get well soon, Arashi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a small break. Stay tuned. It's going to be me, Gani, Mirko, and as well as Arashi saying goodbye for the first shift. Let's see, goodbye for the closing. Let's go. Boom, bang, bada, bing.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold.